Oh, it's pretty crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
You just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm, and now joining us, the man, the myth, the legend, the main event of Crown Town. It's Mr. John Bishop in the flesh and in Vegas. John, how are you?
In Vegas, yes. In Vegas for sure.
You sound so happy to be there. You sound so thrilled.
We're just trying to work through some internet issues right now, but hopefully we'll get them all fixed. But we're here. We're here, and we're happy to be here.
Are you Hotspot John right now?
Hotspot John, right in the corner.
I mean,
Right
it's called wireless. It's called wireless. It's not my hotspot, but yes.
Wi-Fi John.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi
you are.
Wi-Fi.
You are a walking hotspot.
Is he sitting in the C&T chair?
Oh, you're in the C&T chair.
John
John,
doesn't know the CD.
John, we have a new chair. We have a new bid in the studio.
Yes, if you get seed or teed, you sit in the chair.
Matt was both of them yesterday.
Yeah, because they started talking about movies, horror movies, and I've never seen a horror movie.
Horror.
Yeah, and so he went and sat in the cucked and triggered chair.
Yep.
Yes.
The C&T chair.
If you feel like you're getting cucked or you're triggered, you go and
this
sit
is
in
where
the
you
chair.
go. It's over in the corner.
It's
Right over there.
nice in the corner. Just just put baby in the corner.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Well, that's good to know. I am glad to hear that. And I'm sure we'll all be sitting in it at some point here in the next few days.
Definitely prefer to be teed as opposed to seed.
Absolutely.
for sure.
Definitely.
Dave Fight says that Bishop found the plainest wall in Las Vegas.
That is. That also sounds like the quietest room in Las
You
Vegas.
look like you're in the Tesla tunnel. Are you live from the Tesla tunnel in Vegas?
Yeah, where are you?
I'm in the media room. It's a giant conference room. It's actually set up pretty nice. I can't really turn my computer around, but this is where the press conferences will be afterwards, and a bunch of tables. It's a very large room, and I'm the only person in it. So
You look like you're at the Abel Hall study room right now.
it does kind of look like it. Yeah, it's. I don't think it translates very well with this camera, but it's like a blue-gray wall here.
Is your microphone today wired Apple headphones?
Sure,
They're
they're
just-
not.
They're just earpieces or earbuds.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, what's the deal, John?
What's the deal?
What was going to be the original plan, and what
to use
broke?
my equipment. The internet, the wired internet is currently not jibing with the tie line.
It's probably a firewall.
That's not good. Are we going to get that fixed for the game, which is only 7.5 hours away? We don't have.
Well,
much
I'm
time.
not in. I mean, yeah, I would. I believe.
I have a
that
feeling it's a
they've
firewall
already-
in the
they've
conference
already
room.
done. Yeah, it's a firewall in the conference room. The arena.
Oh, I thought he
itself-
was doing it courtside. My bad. I thought you were doing it from courtside.
Yes, I'm doing it from courtside, as you can tell from the.
No, I
giant
thought you
wall
were
behind me.
going to do it from courtside.
No. There's.
I can tell that's not
shoot-around.
courtside.
Yes, it's not courtside.
Yeah.
There
There's-
are seats.
there-
Well, are
there
there
are-
seats in the arena you're going to be in tonight? I have no clue.
Not very many.
There
I
are
like-
shoot-arounds. There are shoot-arounds going on. That's why I'm not.
It's just like those tournaments we
Well-
see that take place in hotels in the big conference area.
It
of a
pretty
hotel.
much is.
To be fair, even if there was a shoot around going on, I don't think your microphone would pick up the noise.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a couple dribbles in the background.
Yeah, I don't think it would be picking it up too much. But
Matt,
Well,
I
you
have-
don't want any accusations of me spying on the other team because it's
It's a big tournament.
It's
Yeah.
very lucrative. Yeah.
can't be having any controversies over the crowd. Must stay in the state. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, question for you.
Yes, great. I love questions.
Why am I staring at a big bottle of hydrogen peroxide?
I have a canker sore. We've already talked about this.
We have.
I gargle hydrogen peroxide in order to
Mr. Gargle.
when it gets to Matt McGargle, whatever.
I didn't know you
When-
could put that in your mouth.
I
thought
didn't
that
either.
was one of those
That's
things
what she
you
said.
shouldn't put in there.
You go
Of course you. Wait, I don't know. Yeah, I've never.
and I spit it out. It works every time. I'm still standing.
Yeah, but their canker sore is still there. You should get a
The reason-
goo to rub on.
the
it.
Yeah,
reason-
get goo.
Okay.
Goo.
First off, let's
Get the chair. He's already triggered. I can hear you getting triggered. All right, now he's gone.
I've never heard of gargling hydrogen peroxide.
I
think it's
haven't either.
something you don't ingest internally.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's warning labels on there somewhere.
all right. First off,
and you
don't ingest internally means not to swallow it. I'm not swallowing it.
You're still absorbing
Which is why
it,
you're
though.
in the C chair
Okay,
right now.
I go. Here, I'll do it right. Do you want me to do it for the camera?
I
You
don't
go ahead.
have to.
You go ahead. You open it up, right, and you sip on it. All right, and you go.
Yeah,
and then
I know how
I stick my
gargling
tongue
works.
out like this, so
Yeah.
it reaches the canker sore,
Mhm.
right, and then it, you feel it kind of numb up, like it hurts a lot. All right?
Mhm,
And then you spit it out, and then it gets real foamy, and you let it disinfect and whatnot, and then you kind of have to keep getting rid of the foam, and then that's it. And it helps, and it cleans it, and yeah, it's always worked for me. I've been doing this since I was like 6 years old because I've
Yeah.
always gotten canker.
Well, this explains some things. Now don't
Really?
I don't want Nick to have to take over the, what is it called again? The
C&T
yeah, the
chair.
tuck and
the
trim.
C&T chair. But
Yeah.
according to Al,
Okay, Al.
if you swallow hydrogen peroxide, immediately rinse your mouth, drink a small amount of milk or water to dilute it, and call poison control. Do you want the number, Matt, for poison control?
I'm not swallowing it, and I never have been.
I mean, surely you're getting a little bit of it in your tum tum.
As a treat.
As a treat.
are you that unable to control your mouth that
No,
you
but
accidentally swallow things?
The human mouth absorbs things that go in your mouth.
Here comes another
Correct.
problem.
Yeah,
I mean,
it can absorb through the tissue. Absolutely, it can.
I don't want
By
you
the
to-
way, is this household strength or industrial strength hydrogen
this was at
peroxide? That's also
99 cents at Target. It was
but does it
household.
say household strength or industrial
I'm
strength?
gonna put chemicals in my mouth. I want to splurge for the expensive one. I think.
I don't know what it says.
Matt, can
By
I
the
say
way,
something?
okay, this might explain something. Hold on, this might explain something. Household
Okay.
strength. Let's just assume it's the household strength, because I'm guessing they probably don't sell the industrial strength at Walgreens. Generally causes minor irritation, bloating,
Yeah.
and vomiting.
All right.
Hmm.
All right.
Oh,
Hey, all right.
1620 the weight loss.
All right, dummies. Uses on the back of the bottle. Uses.
Okay.
First aid to help prevent the risk of infection and minor cuts, scrapes, and burns. Aids the removal of phlegm, mucus, and other secretions associated with occasional sore mouth. Okay? It also says here, do not use if you have a deep or puncture wound. I don't have that. But it says,
That's good.
stop use and ask a doctor if the condition persists or gets worse. Sore mouth symptoms do not improve in 7 days. Irritation, pain, or redness persists or worsen, swelling, rash, or fever develops. So it is literally on the back of the bottle for
Okay.
mouth use.
Okay, here's another entry from Al. You can gargle with hydrogen peroxide, but only if it's diluted.
Who is Al? Who the hell is this guy?
He's the guy that knows everything on Google.
This is ridiculous. You can't just say, "Oh, I know a guy, and this is what he says." He
Well,
says
Google knows a guy,
you
and I
can't
know.
swallow it. My guy tells me that if you swallow
Okay,
peroxide,
get a seatbelt.
you gotta go ahead and drink some milk.
seatbelt for this chair. We need a seatbelt for this chair.
That's what you're saying. You're like, my guy Al. What are Al's specifications? What's his merit?
If it's diluted with 1 part hydrogen peroxide to 2 parts water, so are you doing 1 part hydrogen peroxide to 2 parts water, or are you just going straight from the bottle?
I'm straight peroxiding.
No, well,
All right.
okay, that's probably not a good idea then.
I mean, look, Everclear's got way more alcohol in this than this.
The alcohol isn't the problem, I don't think.
It's the other stuff.
Yeah.
Now, Matt,
It's
can
the
I say something?
peroxide.
You're already in the C&T chair.
I am.
Now, have you thought about getting specific canker sore medication where you
All right.
drip and drab on it,
I
and then
have-
you let it air
I
Or
dry?
have
maybe get a mouth transplant.
Or a mouth transplant.
Yeah, have you thought
What
of
are
that?
you trying to say,
That
John?
might help
you
your
don't think I?
taste,
You
too.
don't think I? You don't think I have a talented tongue? I have a very talented tongue.
Oh,
You
yeah.
should-
How'd your date go?
It was,
Which
you
is-
know,
which is
there's
why
a
you're
club
canceling
option
so
on the
many
table.
things.
I'm waiting.
Not that
go.
talented then.
There's a club option on the table. I'm seeing if she picks it up.
Anyway, so canker sore medication beyond peroxide ingested in your stomach. Have you thought about that?
I
Yeah.
have, and it just feels weird. I don't like being swabbed in the mouth. I'm
But
not a
here's
mouth
the thing.
swabber.
What if it works better than this?
It would. I used to take, because I would have canker sores occasionally when I was a kid, and I would do that, and it would dry out, and it would be fixed within a couple days.
When I go to the doctor, I went to the doctor recently, and they're like, open wide, and I go, let's move past that one, doc.
Well, really?
I'm not a swab guy. Don't swab my mouth.
Wow,
All
interesting.
right, I don't do that. I don't do
Your
mouth swab.
producer, Josh Odson, writes Kanka works wonders.
Here's the problem. You know what? Here's the
You
problem.
guys should talk about this tonight at the Jet Award.
Odson's heard all week. But what are you laughing about the Judd Award? What's so funny about the Judd Award? You don't. I'm just saying, funny giving money to kids could go to trade school. That's so comical to you.
Can we
That's so funny.
Right,
John Bishop doesn't like kids going to the trades. Wow.
I didn't say that.
Wow.
I was just laughing because it might make for good table conversation when we get that awkward 17-minute long musical performance.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I'll tell you off air. It's pretty funny though.
Josh has a great comment. Chicken piccata with a little Canker talk.
Wait, are they called cankosaurs?
No, it's Canker is something that you use. I've used it before. I didn't really like how it made me feel. This is fine. Josh knows this, which is why I'm a little triggered that he's saying some things, because he knows that the canker sore is under my tongue and it's resting on my teeth. And so a part of it gets better, but then more of it gets bigger and bigger towards like the righter side.
Ouch.
So, and I can't really rest my mouth because I talk for a living. So
what keeps causing these things?
Stress. I used to get them a lot.
Are you stressed right now?
No, not. I mean, I got them a lot.
Cubs season not going your way.
I got them a lot a year ago, but
interesting.
I get them,
what was going on?
I get them way less now. But it's always been natural. They always kind of just naturally occur with me. And sometimes you get away and they go ahead and they're on your bottom lip. Those are fine. They hurt for a day. Sometimes the upper lip ones are okay. It's the ones where it gets on your tongue is the tough ones. I think probably once a year I get one of these things. So
that's a bummer.
Last year I got it like in week 3 of working at the Zone, and people thought I had a lisp, and so I had to clarify.
Then you were saying, no, that's my voice of somebody else that I'm doing an impression of.
Yeah. Did you hear my Jerry Jones impression? People were really impressed by it.
Were they?
Actually, yeah.
All right, give it to me.
Mike, I mean, he's a great player. And when looking at the 18-game season, we really got to consider the exposure and the financial needs.
It's okay. It's not terrible.
I'm sorry. All I hear is canker sore. Let's run down there's like 8 different things that can cause canker sores. Let's run these down real quick because I'm curious.
Back to the chair.
Check some of these off.
White Monster, check.
I actually have an iced Americano today with cream and a pump of caramel.
Oh, that sounds pretty acidic.
Do you have a problem biting the inside of your cheek?
Ooh, that one gets me.
No, I have a very big bottom lip, and that's the one that I get in trouble with.
Okay.
Do you have?
No, I'd say
no. Do not.
Do you brush harshly? You're too violent with the old toothy brush.
I kind of am.
Really?
Admittingly, I'm a pretty well. You got to test your teeth.
Do you have a manual or automatic?
You got to make practice harder than the game. All right, you do. And so,
what's the game in terms of
going to the dentist?
That's the game.
That's the game. Going to the dentist. You got to make practice harder than the game. I treat my teeth like Dan Hurley. All right, I'm all up in their grill.
Do you drive a manual or automatic toothbrush?
Oh, I'm not a weak man. I have a manual toothbrush.
Do that again. The automatic toothbrushes work great. When I got my mouth loused, I switched to an automatic.
I use an automatic.
It's great. I love it.
Bunch of soy boys.
You might try it just to see.
Wow. Oh, the woke nonsense has gotten to these two men.
Whose mouth is softer and broken right now?
That's right.
My mouth is in the Final Four. All right, all right. Your mouth is at home. Your mouth is in the crown. You have a crown mouth. All right. I got a Final Four mouth.
But there's nothing wrong with the crown, and you can listen to it right here on 1620
The Zone and 101.9 The Keg.
I mean, look, I just think that automatic toothbrushes are what Josh calls them, lib mouth machines. That's what they are. There's a bunch of lib. You don't want to do hard work anymore. This millennial.
Okay, well, you know what? Get a gas-powered electric or toothbrush, and you'll be fine.
Hey, does your toothbrush run on diesel? Mine does.
I hate that the price of gas is going up. I can't even afford to brush my teeth anymore.
All right, more boxes to check off. You mentioned the stress and the fatigue, so we've covered that. Okay. Dietary factors. Are you sensitive or allergic to acidic foods, spicy foods, nuts, cheese, or coffee?
Nope. That's actually my diet: acidic, spicy, nuts, and coffee. I love nuts.
Well, that probably isn't helping.
I buy a box of cashews.
Cashew
all the time.
Do you eat veggies?
Ooh, good question.
So
Do I eat veggies?
Do you ever throw broccoli in there once in a while?
I bought frozen broccoli 3 months ago. I haven't opened up the bag.
That's not good.
No.
Well, then the next one is nutritional deficiencies. You could be lacking in vitamin B12, iron, folic acid, or zinc.
I'm kind of raw dog in life right now. I don't really take any supplements or pills or vitamins.
Again, another thing we could be fixing here.
I was feeling really weird a couple of years ago. I didn't know how to describe it other than weird. They tested my blood at the hospital, and I had a major vitamin B12 deficiency.
They're like, you need more nuts.
And they gave me industrial strength vitamin B that I had to take for like 2 weeks.
What is industrial strength vitamin B?
Excellent.
It's the stuff where you get the industrial strength.
Are you using industrial strength vitamin B? No, I got the pre-colonial. I got
that's classic 23-year-old.
Yeah.
Anything else, John, on the list of things?
Yes, let's see. Next thing, chemical irritants. Maybe your toothpastes or your mouthwashes.
Or the hydrogen peroxide.
Contain sodium lauryl sulfate.
The call's coming from inside the house, Nick.
Yeah.
This is actually causing the canker.
You know what? I would say maybe that's because I use the whitening toothpaste. That might be a little bit more intense, but I've used so many different types of toothpaste, whether it be Sensodyne or Crest and different types of Crest, that it really hasn't mattered my whole life whether or not what toothpaste I've been using. Toothpaste. I became the thing I swore to destroy.
I'm a big Sensodyne guy. I like Sensodyne a lot.
Well, check for sodium lauryl sulfate. Maybe that's causing it.
Or is it sodium sulfate?
Next one.
Great reference. Laurel, Yanny.
Yeah.
You don't need Laurel and Yanny?
I know about Laurel.
My bad.
I went out with a Laurel once. She was crazy.
Nice. What's up, John?
Do you suffer from hormonal shifts, which often occur in women during specific times of their menstrual cycle?
No, that's in 2 weeks.
What was this one?
That's in 2 weeks.
Hormonal shifts. Are you having hormonal shifts?
Is it his time?
He's asking me if I'm on my period.
Okay.
Is it your time of the month?
No, it's not my time.
I was
of
on
the
the
month.
Yanny or Laurel Wikipedia page.
Oh, okay.
So
what does it say?
It was
Does it talk about the menstrual cycle?
No, it became popular in May of 2018.
Your producer, our boss, Josh Hodson, says yes, he does. By the way.
Oh wow, interesting. Josh on your side once again.
What do I do?
You have
the menstrual thing.
Yeah. All right.
I walk in. I tell.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just going to talk to the techs here real quick about the internet. Be right back.
Okay. See you later.
Bye, John.
All right. Well, this sucks because I imagine he was going to eventually get to the joke where it was like, because there's one thing that people think of with canker sores. One thing.
I would have to get second dates for that to happen.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
It could happen on a first date too, Matt.
Yeah. Matt McPeriod writes.
You know what? I'm not that type of guy.
So anyway, hey, speaking of the date, so you went on the date last night?
Yeah, I went to the stuffed olive.
The wine thing?
No.
What's the stuffed olive?
It was a place over by Mo and Curly's.
Was it good? Did you have fun?
Yeah. All right. Here's a funny story.
Was the date worth it? You've been delaying this thing for weeks.
This was embarrassing. This was
like
embarrassing.
COVID football season.
This was an embarrassing thing that happened on the date. Okay. So I went ahead and
her name was actually Laurel, and you said Yanny.
No. There was this place doesn't have beer on tap. And I didn't really want to have an old fashioned or anything like that, or one of their fancy cocktails.
Sure.
She got a martini, and I was like, all right, I'll get a beer. And I was just like, oh, I'll get this thing called Athletic Brewing. Like, no problem.
Oh,
an NA beer.
That's an NA beer.
I had no idea. So it was kind of loud. And she goes, oh, that's an NA beer. And I go, oh, yeah, that's fine. Like, I didn't even hear the waitress. I was just like, oh, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. And I was drinking the beer. And then at the very end of it, I go, oh, this is non-alcoholic. She goes, yeah, I thought that was a very interesting decision by you to get a non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah.
And I
could have said I'm training for a marathon.
And I was like, I had no idea, like all that. And she was kind of like a little bit. And then I got a Bud Light.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, that's interesting.
See, that's a bit of a red flag though. Feeling relieved that your date wasn't
what did she want you to do?
No, she didn't go but she was
thank God you're not one of those people.
But she was like that.
What do they call teetotters?
I took her out to get drinks.
Yeah, that okay.
Like the specific goal was to have drinks. Kyle goes, then did you explain your idea for Totally Buzzed?
Oh man, have I uploaded that graphic, the Totally Buzzed graphic into here?
This woman and I had a 40-minute conversation about our favorite types of beers.
Did you really?
She had takes.
So is there going to be a second date?
Well, she goes at one point, I have a lot of takes. And I go, I do too. I go, I do for a living.
So now she knows that you're on the radio.
She does.
So she could be listening right now.
She asked me if I talk about my relationships on air, and I go, no, God, no.
And yet,
And yet
what
here
are
we
you
are.
doing?
So you
right now?
started another relationship on a lie.
Yeah, basically. I'm very good at doing that.
that's
Typically, I
tough.
have my most success when I do that.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. By the way, here is the
Sarcasm.
here is the totally buzzed graphic that we made.
Nice.
It's a good graphic.
We
I
like
forgot
the
about
3 beers and then the frou-frou drink. that we
Yes,
got
yes,
there.
the Foofy margarita.
Just for you there.
Thank
Matt.
you.
Just for you there, Matt.
Hmm.
Wow. All right, so there will be a second date. A second date is at the McMaster.
I don't know. She's got to pick up my player option.
Yeah. What does that mean? Respond to your text?
No, she did. Oh, here's the funny thing. So
Okay.
I told you I didn't think I was going to go on the date.
Yeah. That's what you said like on Monday. You're like, I don't think it's happening.
And yesterday, even on the show, I said that I don't think it was happening tonight. And you were
Yeah.
like, oh, is that why you're triggered? You're wearing blue, everything like that.
I think that was Nick who said that. Or
Yeah,
Austin.
It was Austin who
Yeah,
said
it
it.
So
was
anyway,
Austin. Yeah. Okay. I love blue.
After the show, I got a text. She's like, hey, are we still on for tonight?
Oh.
And I was like,
Oh, so she
I
was
was
listening.
like, that's
Hmm.
weird. Like, I'm like, I thought she left me on red. I go back and I look, I left her on red.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Woof.
Though
No
maybe this
idea.
it makes Matt a little more mysterious. He's playing hard to get.
Mysterious.
Mysterious, Matt Mysterious.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, man. It's just the push and the pull.
All right.
And I was pulling it.
Good for bad for state then, I guess. That's okay. That happens to the best of us. Drake says Matt has negative Riz.
No, that's not true.
I don't think you're allowed to comment on your own amount of riz.
Yeah, I can comment on your
It's
Riz.
like giving yourself a nickname
What
and
do you
telling
think of
everyone.
my
to-
Riz?
I don't remember what that word means. What does Riz mean?
If you're good at flirting.
Well, I've seen it in person. He's actually pretty good.
Hmm.
Yeah. I thought he was going to go on a date before his first date with our
This is
server
true.
from the movie.
One
theater.
of the radio callers said his wife is attracted to McMaster a few weeks ago. This
Wait,
did
is that
happen.
true?
Yes.
By the way, speaking of Theo, he wrote a couple minutes ago. Did you guys see the enthusiasm for a radio host dunk tank at the CWS during the McMaster show? So people want to dunk you in
the
a tank of
Dundee
water?
Tank Dunk Day. I want it to happen.
I love the idea of throwing something and you falling in a bucket of water.
It's a
Or
great
a bucket
idea.
of beer. That would be great.
That would probably be
Oh.
expensive and stinky.
I don't know. I mean,
Yes,
you
that'd be
can-
like a whole keg. You'd have to have at least one keg.
Do you
want
want to do it
Yeah.
before the show so Josh just has to smell your stale beer-soaked clothes the whole
Yeah.
time?
I mean, he already has to smell it in the morning anyway.
That wouldn't be good. Odson says Random Mike wanted to pimp Matt out to his wife.
Yeah,
Wow,
if you-
get him the chair. Apparently,
I know. Here, Mike, here we
we
go.
got a chair
There we
for you,
go.
Random Mike.
There you go,
There you
Mike.
go.
Wow. Okay, that's weird. Can't tell what's going on with John. It looks like he's having a conversation with the tech guy. It looks like the tech guy is trying to plug something in on the floor
Oh,
right now. So-
Wow, John's
Good old
got a
floor
guy on the
plug.
floor right now.
Mhm.
Look at that. The power of Bishop.
Jimmy says, I second this.
I met another person on Tuesday who
That said what?
that was like, you work with John Bishop.
That's crazy.
They're like, how's John? How's working, John?
So you keep meeting Creighton people.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to
Over
meet
and
some
over.
Nebraska people.
Well, I'm in Omaha.
Because then they'll say, like, what's it like
He's
to work
also
with,
downtown. I
with
think
Mike Schaefer?
there's a lot of
Oh.
Creighton people downtown.
They'll say me? Oh,
No, they won't say you.
different guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
different.
a former guy, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, know how that goes. Okay. How this crossover kind of came to a screeching
Oh.
halt.
John's putting a headset on.
Yeah,
Is he-
no.
All right.
Chance was right. He goes, Odson, didn't Random Mike want him and Merritt Beeson to be a couple?
Wait, Random Mike wanted you and her or Mike and her?
No. Me and her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the genesis of this all.
Wow.
And then I was like, I'm a professional.
that could have been the first radio couple.
Could have been.
Yeah, that could have been cool. J-Man
These-
says, great hat, Nick.
These
Thanks.
Mick nicknames have really.
You started it.
No,
Yeah.
what do you mean? I started it
Matt
having my
Mick
last name.
No, I thought you were the first one that ever said
Oh,
Matt Mick
back in
something.
the chair.
Wait, you're triggered because people say Mick stuff?
I didn't start it.
Wow, that's crazy. Like, of all the things that you get triggered by, that
Josh
was-
Johnson is being ridiculous.
what did he say? Matt wanted Marin and Matt to be a couple.
It's not true. I'm a professional radio man. All right, I don't hit on my guest.
Nobody said you hit on her.
Yeah.
Just saying you want to be a couple. There's a difference
There is.
between keeping thoughts inside and flirting. All right, I think we should just say goodbye to the crossover.
What? This was a Happy New Year.
It was, but I don't know if it is anymore.
Yeah, it's
What do you
kinda
mean?
spiraled down.
It kind of fell apart.
How did
Yeah.
it fall apart? What did
Well,
I do
John,
wrong?
John
John
left.
left us.
John left, and so it was just like, well, what do we do now? we were.
Yeah. What do we do now? We make fun of Matt. That's what happens.
I mean, we asked about your date. We want to know about your date.
It went
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I had a non-alcoholic beer and I recovered from it.
Matt McTriggered writes Chris in South Carolina.
We had a Matt McMaga yesterday. What an email.
No, that was an email today.
It
I
was.
know.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was-
great.
that was pretty funny.
email.
Calling me Wisconsin pilled is a little ridiculous. I just like Milwaukee.
Yeah,
It's a good city.
I've only been to the airport. I've never been to Milwaukee otherwise.
I've only been.
I've actually never been in that airport.
I've only
One
been
time.
on country roads in Wisconsin. They're all paved, by the
Wow,
way.
we've
It's
all-
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're fake country.
Odson says this crossover was like Nebraska football. First 15 scripted plays went great, but after
Well, John couldn't scramble and he broke his leg,
that's true.
and then it all fell apart.
John audibled out of the run play into a pass play.
But then I
True.
would have been, we would have gotten on the microphone and said, look, 3 months ago, we would have been begging for a crossover like this. We've made so many strides. The crossover was a mess when we first got here.
About 3 months ago, it was January 2nd. We were back for our first show of the new year.
That's true.
You did the show remotely, if I remember.
That was a
right.
Happy New Year, if I remember.
Was it really?
Yeah, I
we
think so.
started off
Yeah.
the year with a Happy New Year.
I think we did.
Damn, that's awesome.
So John is just, he's following in the footsteps of other people of not doing a show.
I
when
wonder if
Casper
he's
now.
moving right now.
Yeah.
If he turned off his camera to move. Okay, well that's good. Maybe when we come back, he'll be ready to go.
I love progress.
Odson says we got to be more like Sweet 98. All script, no audibles.
You know what? Why not call the script again?
Yeah. Why don't
I've-
they build
I've
the
had
whole
that-
plane out of the black box?
You want a great, jeez, you want
Right?
You want a great conversation I've had that football
Yeah.
people will get really mad about. If
Yeah.
you script the first 15 plays,
Yeah.
and it goes great,
Just
just
run it
run
back.
them again.
It's like when you listen to an album and you're like, you know what? I like that album. I'm going to run back Hot Fuss all over again.
I do that frequently. Not Hot
Yeah.
Fuss, but I do that frequently.
I keep listening.
I
to
like Hot Fuss. I
Come
just
As
don't
You
that
Are.
much.
Yeah.
from Nevermind.
Nice. Good album.
It's a really good album.
You're just listening to the one song, not the whole album.
No, I listen to one that goes, no. That's all of them.
Don't know if I know. Okay. I guess that could be all of them.
That's literally all.
Say that just sounded like Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Yeah, that smells like Teen Spirit.
And up I know.
All right, Matt.
Amoeba.
Good job with the first part of the crossover. We all did. No,
Why is this? Why is the
It's on all
crossover
of
always a
us.
reflection upon
it's on
myself?
all of us. I didn't do best. See, I can't even speak. I didn't do best.
Yeah.
I didn't do my best. You
Good,
didn't do
better,
your-
best. Never
Yeah.
let it rest
It
till
was
your
fine.
good gets
It was
better.
a good crossover. We had a good time. You
Ready
had
for
that weird bottle of, crap over there.
peroxide.
Mustache Adam says
Maybe we should just cut out the first 20 minutes of this crossover.
just Happy New Year.
It was a really high quality first 15 minutes we had.
Mustache Adam says McCoordinator might be right. A defense might not expect the same thing twice. It's like when a lineup sees a pitcher 2 times and still can't figure him out. That would be awesome. And then what if in the postgame rules, like, yeah, so the first 15 plays were so good that we were like, let's just do it all over again.
If they won the game, we would call him a genius. If we lost
They
the
called
game,
him a madman.
and yes, they did. If he did it and they lost, we would say, what an idiot.
If
Get
I
this
did
guy
that-
outta here.
If I did that and it worked, I wouldn't tell anybody until it stopped working.
Wow.
Yeah, you just keep doing it.
Yeah,
and
I don't
game
want
after
to.
game.
I don't want to tip my hand that early.
Don't you do that with the graphics?
No,
You just do the same one over and over and over again?
no.
If you make a good one, just repeat it.
John's back, Nick. Looks like we got John. John, is
Hey,
the
we
internet
had an
fixed?
On
even
the
better
timeline?
time without you than with you.
John.
How does it sound? Everything good?
Oh, my God.
Oh yeah.
You're a little echoey.
No,
though.
he's fine now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I took care of it. Thank Dan. What are your names, gentlemen? Josh, Mike, and Terry?
Yeah.
Eric. Thank those guys. They came in. They came in.
Terry.
And
They
Josh and
put the
Mike.
rock star equipment on there. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
You should ask them how far away you have to be from Earth to be outside the planet. We would love to know their answer.
No, it's when there's no gravity anymore.
It's in orbit.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I saw a story today. Did you know that there's like 50,000 satellites just like chilling outside
Yeah.
the Earth's orbit right
It's
now?
a real problem.
Yeah.
Why is it a-
Because launching rockets, you can't just go through a satellite. You
Yeah.
would destroy the rocket.
Speaking of
and the
Mick
satellite.
Triggered,
Now wait a second. Now, first of all,
do you want the chair?
I might
there's
need the chair.
50. There's 50,000 of them. Do you know how big the Earth is? The odds of hitting one of those things on the fly would be pretty small.
Space garbage
Unless
is
you're-
fine, says
unless you're
John.
aim-
We'll worry about it later
You know
when it's a
what?
bigger problem.
How is it garbage if the satellites are working? Are
I've
the
always
satellites
said
working?
that in sportsmanlike conduct that it's
with
at
that?
its best.
there were There were comments that randomly just showed up on Nick's screen a moment ago from the YouTube chat. That was weird.
I was saying, though, I always think that unsportsmanlike conduct is at its best when you guys talk about space. You know, I think you're always at your.
That's
your
what
peak.
nerdy Nick wants.
I
to
like
do.
space.
That's what nerdy Nick wants.
Space is cool.
It's
All
okay.
right, John. We were winding down the crossover, so let's just wind it down a little bit more.
I love this idea. Let's just wind it all down.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair.
That was
in
one
Omaha.
of the crossovers.
It was a crossover legally. Everlevelconcrete.com.
It was a good start.
We had a great time. It could have been a happy
You
New
know,
Year.
the best part was about 7 minutes. Just a lot of things in Matt McMaster's life.
That's a little long, I think, but sure.
All right. Well, we will continue with more of the Grum from Vegas and the Crown. Thanks to Old Man Doug and Equitable Bank on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Thanks again. I really appreciate it.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Wrapping up the busiest early spring in zone history.
It
in
has been
Sin
busy.
City.
It has been busy lately, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Plus, John, you know what I just remembered?
No, what?
The last time we were in Las Vegas. Do you know, Nick, what happened?
Creighton lost? No.
No, I'm saying the zone. Like, more than just, well, crap. Happer was there too.
Yeah.
Rats. Never mind. I just wanted an excuse to play this.
Also, they're too mushy.
I just wanted an excuse to play that.
I got mushy.
Mushy.
Hey, it all works out. It all works out in the end. you
Wow,
know?
the last time John was in Vegas, he became a viral sensation. He was on Awful Announcing. He was on
crap call.
Sports
Yeah,
Center. I think
I
they
did go virus.
Scott Van Pelt put him on television. He became the most famous announcer in America.
That's true.
What
I don't
will
think
he
that's
do-
going to happen this time.
What will he do for an encore?
For an encore?
Why don't you just rip
I don't
off your
know.
shirt in anger if something goes weird?
Excellent idea, Nick.
Well, no one's going to see it.
This is a great idea, John. Use Happer's fun little camera thing.
Oh, the gizmo.
Record you guys calling the game and put that on StreamYard for the memes.
John, the gizmo.
I'm going to tweet at Happer. What about the memes? All right, let's see what he says.
I love Happer's gizmo. I still want one very badly. We got wireless microphone, like the lav mic for that gizmo, because we're going to use that for our wedding. And I'm like, hey, Paige, we might as well just get the gizmo too.
Wow, really?
I can make my own content if we do that.
Wow.
Do people want content of Nick's wedding?
No, it wouldn't be wedding content.
McMaster-
People want
Master-
content of
McMaster would
Nick's
like
wedding
it.
night.
The content. No, John. The content would be I have other ideas, other things I'd like to do.
You want to make content out of your wedding?
No.
That's some sicko 21st
I don't want to
century
make content
garbage.
out of my wedding. I don't know where this is starting.
It sure sounds like it.
No.
Sure sounds
I
like
want to do
Well,
disc
yeah,
golf
you were
content.
talking to your wife.
my wife.
She's not my wife yet, John.
She will be in 3.5 weeks.
She will be.
I was thinking about that today.
See, and that's another thing. That's another reason why this is the busiest early spring in zone history.
Crap, that's true, man.
I said we were going to wrap it up here in Vegas. No, we're not wrapping it up in Vegas. We have to wait 3 more weeks for Nick's wedding.
Wow.
You get to wait 3 more weeks for Nick's wedding.
No, we have to because it's so far away. I want it to be today.
Ah.
I want it to be that Sunday.
I would like it to be today.
Well, then I wouldn't
because then
be
John's
here.
not in Vegas anymore.
It's true.
Well, none of us would be because it's a Sunday. It'd be the weekend.
Hmm.
I was thinking about it today. I was on my run. I was like, oh, the marathon. And then I was like, wow. And then I'll come back the next day for Nick's wedding. And I will go watch our tiny baby boy say, I do.
That's exactly how I'll say it.
I knew it.
I'm gonna faint.
I knew it.
I do.
Uh-huh. Don't knock your knees, Nick. We don't want you falling over.
Oh.
Is this going to be one of them weird new age weddings where
Ooh,
you do
good
like,
question.
really goofy stuff? I mean,
Hmm.
I was at this one wedding this one time. It was, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, something like that.
Almost 10, John.
Where we just randomly just stood up in the middle and stretched our right arms outward in like an angle. I'm not going to use my arm to
Called
show,
praying,
but it's-
John.
but it's kind of like an angle.
It's not
like
how I
this.
prayed growing up.
That's a reminder. Nuremberg, our movie club movie.
And
this
the
week.
under hits.
I watched it. I have seen the movie. I have takes.
Yeah.
We will give
You
those
have
takes.
Takes on
tomorrow.
Nuremberg.
I mean, yeah, I actually do have takes on Nuremberg, but I have takes on the movie as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Yeah, and fingers crossed.
You're
you
saying
know.
they were too hard on
No,
those involved.
no, too easy. If anything,
Yeah, fingers crossed the Jays win tonight, so we're not worrying about whether or not I'm actually.
Do we know the plan, John? Do we have any idea what tomorrow would be? I was talking about that at lunch with Riss, and she was like, "So, what's going on?" And I said, I have no idea.
It's a great
I
question.
was like, it could be Austin. It might not be Austin. I don't know. I was like, but wouldn't it be weird if John was still in Vegas until 4:00 Vegas time doing a radio show a day after they lost? Like, that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
What I have been told is there are different contingency plans, but I don't know.
What does it matter? Like, if they go to like triple overtime and lose versus losing in regulation?
I mean, knowing John McHugh, our fine administrator, he's probably got that figured out too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we do what we did last week.
What if we win on a buzzer beater with, in regulation,
Well, that happens. We know you're doing the show. If they went on a buzzer beater, John's back. Well, maybe, John, if you have to leave, we do what we did last week where we tape it in the morning.
What?
Like we did last week, which we never do.
Oh, that's possible.
So then you can join us because this was your pick, just like last week. Hell or High Water was my
It
pick.
is kind of nice to record something from my home office. I understand why you do it all
It's
the time.
so awesome.
It was cool.
Pesky Blues,
for sense.
the fine sponsor of our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, writes on the YouTube chat. Just tuned in, and the first thing I hear is, I've got takes on Nuremberg. May have to clip that.
I've got good news for you, Pesky.
Oh,
Blues.
wow. We've already marked it.
It's been marked.
We have already marked it.
Well, here we go. Day after April Fool's Day. By the way, I hope
Here
no one
we
got
go.
fooled. So yesterday we're on the plane. We're on the plane to get out here, and
I don't want my pilot to do an April Fool's joke. Oh no, we're going down. April Fools.
No,
I
they
got
didn't
you.
do
Got
that.
you good, you idiots.
Oh my God, the engine's gone.
Now this was
Psych.
one. I am not anti-April Fools.
Ugh.
I'm not 100% anti-April Fools, but it has to be,
Funny.
well, it just doesn't need to be annoying.
Okay.
There's annoying April Fools, like when people, fake things like that stupid Butterfinger ramen thing we talked about 2 days ago. By the way,
Wait, that
is
was
not
fake?
Yes,
Why would they post that so early?
exactly. They posted it 2 days before April Fool's Day. This is ridiculous. This is becoming like Christmas, where Christmas should be celebrated on Christmas. No, we got to spend a whole damn month doing it. We're starting to turn April Fool's Day now into December for Christmas, where it's just like, oh, it's all the time. Hey, you know what? Let's just turn over this random radio station to April Fool's music.
Wow,
Anyway.
this is a great idea. Should we do April Fool's month next year?
No, let's not.
Okay.
So anyway,
Would be
we're on the
exhausting.
plane. We're on the plane, and the guy, making the announcements, one of the stewards on the plane making the announcement says, hey, and we want to introduce, there's a special guest on the plane. And he says,
Dana Altman.
It's Southwest Airlines CEO something, Dan Smith. And this guy at the very front of the plane stands up and he waves and applauds. And then after the applause dies down, he gets on and says, no, he wasn't really. He's just some random guy I saw in the front seat, April Fools.
What's the purpose of that joke, though?
It's not funny, but it's acknowledging that the day exists, but it's also not like annoying.
So what do you think about this? One of my dearest friends, he texted the group yesterday when we were all lamenting how stupid April Fool's Day is. And he said that his son this morning walks into him and his wife's room and he said, Dad, I don't feel good. And then to which he said, oh, I'm sorry, buddy. And he goes, April Fools. Kind of funny, actually.
What?
Well, okay. So yesterday, my wife, before I left, apparently the April Fools was everybody in her office in like 5-minute intervals was texting in sick.
Okay,
before work.
That's good.
Okay, that's pretty
Really
funny.
To their boss. I never did. I need to find out from her how it went, but she was very excited for it because she was like, yeah, 2 people have already done it. Now it's my turn. And she's texting in.
John, are we learning that April Fool's is maybe fine if it's not on the internet? Your story of the plane, funny. My friend's kid, funny. That is funny. But the dumb brands, like if we yesterday were like, we're not 1620 the zone anymore. We're 590 the zone. People would have been like, sweet. Oh, better signal. And they would be like, April Fools. Like then people would have been kind of pissed.
Right.
Yeah. For April Fool's yesterday, I don't know if you guys know this. I host a Formula One podcast. But instead of talking about Formula One last night, we talked about NASCAR.
Good Lord.
Get it?
Good.
I thought the April Fools was you call this thing Formula Friday, but it's actually done on Tuesday or Wednesday.
No, that's just normal. There's nothing weird about that.
You talked about NASCAR?
Yeah.
For how long?
About 40 minutes.
Wow. That's incredible.
And instantly it was more interesting than Formula One because in NASCAR there's actually passing.
I was surprised by how many takes I actually had.
Yeah?
It blew my
I'm
mind.
not surprised. You always have car takes.
Hmm.
Mustache Adam says the GOAT April Fool's joke was the Schick and Nick Dick Vitale letter. Yeah,
Yes.
so
That was funny.
they got him because he used to do a Dick Vitale impression.
I've
and-
heard this story.
And
Yeah.
so like they had their boss come down and she like read a cease and desist letter and then ended with, "And how did you not realize that it's April Fool's?"
That's good.
Yeah.
By the way, the wife she's been listening.
My wife.
So apparently her boss was going up front to cover because it was all the people that sit up front.
Mm-hmm.
And she was going up there to cover for us. And she says when she saw us walk in together, she was frantic. So they got her. They got her. So it sounds like it worked.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
You know what I don't like? The brands that like start out with an April Fool's joke on a post, and then in that same post, they're like, "Just kidding." Commit to it.
You gotta say April Fool's.
Commit to it.
Mm.
Then like the next day, you can be like April Fool's.
There we go.
The Grum Down here on the Zone Radio Network. The countdown is on. We're guaranteed 40 more minutes for Mac.
And maybe 55 if it goes to triple overtime.
Well, that would be true, and then add another 40 to it if if they win and play on Saturday.
There's a maximum of 120 minutes left. That's 2 hours.
That's
of the
basically a movie.
Of the Greg, it is not or John's movie. Got to add another half hour, so you would need a little OT.
Nuremberg is that long?
It's 2.5. Nick, you better prepare tonight. Wow, better prepare.
A meteor is coming.
Oh,
for a couple of things.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oops.
Oh, wow. The Falcons.
No, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Woof.
I forgot that this is a touchscreen. Robin Washut will join us from HuskerOnline.com.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Kevin Kugler, who is at a different basketball tournament. Some say an inferior tournament
I thought
to
last
the one
year,
that I am at.
Last year he went to the Crown.
Yeah.
Why didn't he make a return trip to the Crown?
We could have John and Kevin in the same room right now.
I love when John and Kevin are together.
Me too.
Because they shortened the Crown. Remember?
That's true.
So he did like the first day of games and then immediately jetted off to wherever the Final Four.
We need to get Kevin back on the early rounds of the College World Series.
Mhm.
Him and John, their chemistry was tremendous.
Really fun.
Yep. Everybody misses it, John.
Wow. Josh out on Farron.
I love Farron.
No,
as
I
well.
love Farron too. It's just
Farron can be the sideline reporter.
Yeah. There's just a chemistry with you and Kevin that's just
Mhm.
incredible.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's also a chemistry to nuclear science.
Hmm.
Is Big Ten basketball dominance here to stay?
That would not make you happy if it was, John. You would be a
No.
little triggered by that.
No, I would. I would need the S&M chair or whatever you're calling it.
C and T chair.
C&T. I got to
Yeah.
get used to this. You're going to have
Yeah.
to put a label on that chair so I just,
We can do that. We'll take care of that when you get
Matt
back.
McMaster.
Well, and I think we
Memorial
should have a
chair.
label on it anyway, just so that when people come into our studio, because, we love to invite people into our studio.
Hello,
Like
Marcus
the boys-
Blossom. Look at our studio.
Well, like
Here,
the boys
sit
in the
this
morning.
chair.
Yes,
The boys
yes.
in the morning
They
had
did.
had the Johnny the Jet was
Tim
from
Dwight was here.
Tim Dwight was here. Was Creighton Wheatgen here as
Yep,
well?
yep.
Mhm.
And also Johnny the Jet and Skeleton Arm.
Yep. Skeleton.
Josh, show everybody Skeleton Arm. It's just randomly hanging on our shelf. It's such an awkward look.
Yeah, it's honestly it's pretty unprofessional.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Is the skeleton still on the roof?
I don't know what happened to the skeleton. It just the arm is all that's
Well,
left.
we know what happened to the arm. The arm ended up in our room for some
And
reason.
now it fell in the
Well,
floor.
that reason is Stibbs. Stibbs just kind of wandered in with it once.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, when he
Uh-huh.
filled in. All right.
The NIL today is busy, folks.
Oh, it's back?
Yeah, I think we need to bring it back.
The NIL today.
Wow, we could have played the Open.
We haven't done that in a long time.
I think we need to bring it back. I think
Okay.
we need to bring it back.
All right.
Can Nebraska baseball, say it with me,
Host
a
playoff game.
Good question.
Don't correct it. It's a regional. No, the bid is host a playoff game. Can Nebraska baseball and the Kansas City Chiefs of 8 years ago shake hands? When that used to be.
Handshake.
That was
That
actually
used to
10
be a
years
big
ago.
deal. Oh, has it been that long?
First host.
Yep.
Do we have it? Because if we do,
We can say
do it. There we go for the segment.
Hit it.
Host a playoff game. Nick, before your time on the show, the Chiefs were so bad that Mitch Holtz' dream was just playing a home game.
I missed those days.
And then they won 3 Super Bowls and went to a couple others. Yeah, things have changed.
I think we need to add an addendum to a slice of college baseball, and we'll end it every week. We'll do an update on Nebraska baseball.
Host a playoff game.
There you go. I don't care. Today I have my own I don't care.
Awesome.
But I also have an I don't care that I'm projecting onto you.
On
Josh.
me?
Yes.
Oh, good, because I actually don't have an I don't care today.
Oh,
I was racking my brain this morning and I couldn't think of anything. I was
Well,
like, I care.
I had
I think-
something yesterday, but I forgot
Okay.
it.
I think the I don't care that I'm projecting onto you, you truly won't care about.
Awesome. Thank you. Formula One, NASCAR.
USC is in a fighting mood.
What's going on? I thought we're all in a good mood today. I'm in a great mood, guys.
I'm fine.
John, what's going on with you?
No, it's USC. No.
Oh, I thought you meant
Trojans.
sportsmanlike
The other-
conduct.
the other USC guys.
Yeah, the
The
lesser
inferior one.
Yeah,
The
this is
other
OG.
USC.
Okay, good.
I would have said the Grum is in a fighting mood.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
All
wanted to
right.
make sure.
No, we're good. 402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Still the poll. I haven't looked at the poll question here in the last day or couple days.
Mm.
You can still vote
Please do.
on our Husker Phase 2 fan expectation poll. Vote on the record. I'll go find it and we'll retweet it from our accounts. But if you want to follow along, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed is at USC 1620. Hell, you might even see a video of Connor and a video of me from Las
Whoa.
Vegas.
There's a talk right now on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed about a booth cam. Booth cam.
Booth cam. Booth cam. Booth cam.
They're
I got a great view.
of
This is so far. I mean, it's only a day in. This is the best hotel and the best view I have ever had in Las Vegas.
really.
Wow.
Yes,
That's awesome.
it is primo.
Ooh,
It is
jealous.
primo.
Wow. I mean,
I'll
you
upload a
basically
picture
live in
later
Vegas now at this point, so I think they had to give it to you.
That's true.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's your frequent
Um,
flyer miles to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And the old man Doug Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take the crown personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Of course, our coverage this week from Las Vegas, also brought to you by Equitable Bank.
This trip could not have happened without Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
Connor Happer would be sitting on his couch right now like a goober.
Playing with his
Yeah.
gizmo at home
Yes, and now he can play with his gizmo in Las Vegas outside, which is allowed
without washing his hands.
without washing his.
Ooh, how
Yeah.
many times do we think he's washed his hands so far today?
Great question. 1.5 is the total.
Nice.
I'm going under.
Yeah. Well, you definitely want to wash your hands after going to some places in this city.
You would think so.
Mm-hmm.
You would think. So there you go. There's the Grum. We've got it all set up. We'll preview, of course, Creighton's game tonight in the Crown against Rutgers and just other random thoughts of the day. Got a lot to cover, so glad you could be with us here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank were neighbors who could help with a home loan,
Congratulations, you're approved.
or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC. With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You know I take my grilling pretty seriously, whether it's game day, backyard cookout, or just dinner with the family. You want a grill that performs every single time. That's why I'm excited that RecTech is now the official grilling sponsor of the Dan Patrick Show. With RecTech, RecTeq, the wood-fired grills, you get more heat, more consistent temperature control, and man, is that a durable grill. RecTech features advanced consistent temperature controls that continuously adjust the heat to deliver exceptionally even cooking results. Perfect for smoking ribs low and slow, roasting chicken, or cranking up the heat to sear those perfect steaks. Top-rated RecTech grilling app, you're ready to go. Monitor and control your grill temperature right from your phone. Visit rectech.com. That's RecTeq. Rectech.com. If you love great barbecue like I do, it's time to upgrade. Nothing compares to grilling on a RecTech wood-fired grill.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me at mike@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back. 1620 The Zone. 1620thezone.com. The Zone mobile app. Our Zone TV channel, which is on YouTube, youtube.com. Just search 1620 The Zone. You'll be able to watch us at the same time. You'll be able to look at such great things as the skeleton arm and this beautiful plain backdrop behind me.
I moved the skeleton arm. It's now hidden in the studio, so you can't see it on the camera. Get it out of here.
We should put it somewhere.
Should we?
Where's the best place to put the skeleton?
The roof.
With the rest of the skeleton.
With the rest of the skeleton.
You know what we should do? We should send it with whoever gets this Zone half off deal. They could take it up to Ontario's Lake of the Woods as part of the big Canadian fishing adventure.
Tell me more.
This trip is up for up to 6 people. It's more than half off.
Yep.
You get 4 nights cabin lodging, 3 days guided fishing tour, rods, reels, bait, tackle included, fish cleaning, meals, and non-alcoholic drinks are included. Island transportation is included. It's from May 21st through the 25th. So if you and the boys have been looking, or maybe the ladies, or maybe a combination, who knows? Who cares? If you want to go to the Lake of the Woods in Ontario for the Ballard's Black Island Canadian fishing adventure, this is the place to be. 1620thezone.com. Check it out. It's more than half off. And you can take the skeleton arm. You know what?
We'll give it to you. We'll throw it in for free.
We'll throw it in the skeleton arm for free.
By the way, John, Mustache Adam pointed out that in the Grum Down today, we had back-to-back bullet points of a meteor is coming and then I don't care.
Oh.
So that's quite interesting.
Now that's also quite edited because as you see here on the Grum Down, a meteor is coming is bullet point 2. I don't care is the second to last bullet point. Very
fake
good.
News.
Very
wow, Mustache.
Very good editing there, Mustache Adam.
April Fool, says Mustache Adam. You got us.
Nice.
Mustache Adams apparently applying for a job at the new 1019. Anyway.
Wow.
Oh.
Anyway, tonight, the Crown. Creighton versus Rutgers. We'll have coverage starting at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Tip-off is at 9:30. This is, and I was talking to Dan Mahalik, who is the media coordinator here. We were talking as we were coming here to the media room, and just about how different this is from a lot of other trips of its kind. I mean, when you're a team, especially a program like Creighton, who's been to a lot of NCAA tournaments in recent years and fancies itself as an annual NCAA tournament team, events like this or the NIT or the CBI, from years gone by, are looked at as very small consolation prizes. And so you wonder about where motivation is, and you wonder where interest level is. And you really wonder about that with every team for a variety of reasons. I mean, Oklahoma, a team who played here last night, they've been to a number of NCAA tournaments in recent years, been to a Final Four in the last 10 years. West Virginia's had success. Stanford's been here. Most of the programs that are here this weekend have been in that spot. And when it comes to winning these types of events, it usually ends up going to the team that's the most interested and motivated to be there. And I think we saw that with Nebraska last year.
Definitely.
They were definitely motivated and interested in being here and taking a little bit of the sour taste out of their mouth from how last season ended. So now we fast forward to today. Are the same motivations like Nebraska's there? I don't know. But you have the added storyline of this being the final dance for Greg McDermott. And how much of that is going to play in? How much of that has affected preparation? How much of that is going to affect what the mood in the locker room is going to be, or how the game's going to be played, or how the game's going to be coached? It's all very fascinating. You would think that it would be a motivating factor to go out and play the absolute best basketball, because you do have an opportunity, if you win this thing, to finish over 500, which, again, Is it where you wanted to be? No, but it is a reward. It's a small reward for what has been a very frustrating season. And of course you have the other emotions of it as well. There's a lot of people here who have been affiliated with this program or affiliated with Greg McDermott for a long time, who have made their way or are making their way to Las Vegas. I mean, this is kind of in a way, it's almost like a semi-retirement party. I met up with a few of Coach Mac's friends who were in from out of town, who wanted to be here for the last one. And, there's some emotion that's involved in that because you want to play well, obviously, but you also want to make sure that, they're all entertained. And certainly I'm sure they're going to get chances to meet up and do things. And it just reminded me as I was talking to these folks, this man, Greg McDermott, must, I don't know if it's an exaggeration to say he's got 1,000 friends. He's got so many friends in this business. Whether it's fellow coaches, obviously his former players, people that have been on his staff, people who he maybe never has worked with, but have been former rivals of his or current rivals of his. This guy just has a ton of friends, and they're true friends. It's incredible when I hear some of the stories and hear the way that they talk about him, when he's not around, or even when he is around, and the way that they heap praise on him. And it's for a lot of the same reasons I've talked about Mac over the years, and other people in this market, the Omaha market, have talked about him, how genuine he is as a person. And it really kind of hit me yesterday, just talking to some of these folks, how beloved he is. And so there's a lot of emotion into this because, as we said when we had Mac on last week, he's basically been at this basketball thing for 40 years, right? I mean, it's 30 plus years as a coach, but then you add the years he was as a player, where this has been his vocation. This has been the driving thing. This has been the alpha and the omega in his world.
It goes from something that's probably
keeps him busy.
It's just like it's the thing that you love, because I imagine he was like us as kids, right? You love playing, you love being around the game. And it's this dream that you have of like, what if I could make something out of it? And for most people, that dream starts with being a player, right? I want to be a player. I want to make it to college. I want to make it to the pros. And then it literally becomes your vocation. And as he's talked about many times, and I think he talked about with us last week, it's not like the early days for him. He's making a ton of money, right? He's making money, but it's long hours, and the ROI isn't really certainly what it turned into by the end of his career. And so now all of it is done, or about to be done. And so to go back, John, to what you said a couple minutes ago about the effort level or the want to, we saw that with Nebraska last year. You have to imagine, right, with the players, given that this is the last dance, that there could be upwards of 3 games, but there could be as few as 1. You want to send them out on a good note. Like, imagine if after all of the kind words and all of the tributes and all of the things over the last 2 weeks, if it just ended tonight. Like, I can't imagine that that's what they want. Whether or not it's going to mean anything for next year, I don't think it will, or beyond. I don't think it will. You certainly want to send him out with more than 1 game, under your belt, where you're getting a victory and you're making good memories, because certainly the way that the season ended before today was not something that they were super happy about. So I imagine that the effort level, the investment level is going to be higher than I can't speak of Rutgers. But I have to imagine it's going to be higher than most, if not all, of the teams there, just because it is the literal last opportunity for him.
Right. And, how it's received, by the fans. Not that this event is largely attended. If you watched either of the games last night, you didn't see, a whole lot of people here. And, I there will be some Creighton fans here. I've run into a few, but it's not going to be probably even like it was, for the players era the last 2 years. But at the same time, I'm reminded of something another former Creighton coach said, and that is, when the scoreboard's on, play ball,
Mm-hmm.
and you can,
exactly
you go out and do it, and that's what competitors do. But the emotions will be running pretty high, and then just how everything goes in terms of how does it end, how do people react? I mean, there's a lot of for an event again that was not something that was on anybody's radar screen 4 months ago or 5 months ago. It does have a lot of intrigue to it, even if it doesn't have a lot of stakes to it. Hardcore stakes, actual championship type stakes. It does have a lot of intrigue to it. And we will start to see what that story looks like tonight here on 1620 The Zone and the 1620 The Zone radio network.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, by the way, I should mention real quick, because Pesky's asking, will Owen Freeman play? He's here. He's part of the team. The one player who will not, who we've seen this year, is Austin Swartz. He's been shut down with an injury that's going to require some kind of a surgery. So he will not play tonight. But everybody else who we have seen this season should be available. So we will see when the ball tips off tonight at 9:30. I told you I was going to update the poll question. You can go right now. I just retweeted it from my account. We'll do it from at USC 1620. The positivity index is up to 56%.
Oh, look at that. Everyone's in a great mood.
I guess so.
Wow.
Maybe it's the rain showers. We badly needed the moisture, they say. 56%.
It's raining outside, so I'm in a better mood. Michael Severe and his burners must be voting in this poll question.
Well, Michael is voting in the positive territory.
Oh, I know he
is.
I know he is.
48% say 6-6 or 7-5. 7% say 8-4 or better. 40% say 4-8 or 5-7. And skosh under 5% believe in 3-9 or worse. So you can go vote now. The poll is up for the entire week at the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Please do. Please vote.
I told you I had a great view.
Yes.
So I took this picture yesterday when we got into the hotel.
Holy God, you're not kidding.
But that's the view out of my room. I'm looking down on the fountains of the Bellagio. You can see the Sphere in the background, the Paris Tower. You can pretty much see all of Vegas from that direction.
Dude, that is insane.
Isn't it?
Nick, remember when we were there and they were like a young, spry boy?
Uh-huh.
Great times. John, that is a ridiculous view. People will spend lots of money for a view that great.
You see that right there in front of where the fountains are, where people can spectate. That's where they conduct the post-race interviews.
Don't care about
for the F1 race.
Nobody cares
in Las
about that
Vegas.
part. John, that's cool. Did you get the chance to see the fountains?
Oh yeah, I purposely set up. So I spent the whole day this morning in my room prepping for the show. Instead of sitting at the desk, which is near the TV, I just slid the side table over and the chair, and I was looking.
The C&T chair?
I don't have a C&T chair in my room.
Every hotel room has a C&T chair.
Definitely.
But I slid it up next to this window so that I could overlook. So like last night when I was doing some stuff, I was watching some of the fountain shows from afar. Now there are some rooms. That's the Cosmopolitan, by the way. That's where we're at. Some of these rooms have balconies with this view. Mine doesn't. Mine's just a regular, window. But there are some rooms on that side of the hotel that have balconies.
Those are even more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass, though.
It's a pretty cool view. And way out there and off in the distance, you can see the Circa, which, provided everything's going well tonight, that's where I'll be tomorrow, and I'll be in the cabana. Got the confirmation from our boy at Circa, and Connor's been working on that, so we'll be in the cabana.
John, we know that internet works well.
It works great. John, you should get some Japanese whiskey while you're there.
Yeah, John, get a $60 glass of Japanese whiskey.
I think it was closer to 8. Was it 60? I thought it was closer to 80.
John doesn't even like whiskey when it's $5. But no, maybe he would like it when it's 80.
Yeah, John, get Mushi.
No. If I'm going to spend $80, I won't spend it on whiskey.
Okay. By the way,
maybe I'll put some money on something.
I'm hearing a report that you have a video that will be available on the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel within the next 20 minutes.
Yes, I also shot a video from there because I thought if Connor's going to shoot a video, I'll shoot a video. Now I don't have his gizmo thingy. I just use my.
You need to play with his gizmo. I love playing with his gizmo.
Yeah.
Kenneth offers great advice. Do not go to White Castle with Connor.
Definitely not, unless you like bottles almost breaking,
or you respect that.
Yeah, you got to respect. You got to respect the White Castle.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna. I still haven't done the In-N-Out burger yet. I'll get to. I
John,
hope I get to there at some point.
You should look.
I know. I love me some In-N-Out burger, but there's also a Whataburger close by.
I do like Whataburger.
Yeah, but we had some good Mexican food last night, so it was all good.
Taco John's. I guess I don't have that out there. Del Taco,
6-pack and a pound.
It was not Taco John's.
Mm.
It was not Taco John's. All right, we will be back. A meteor is coming, and it's coming, perhaps, for a tournament of great significance.
April Fools.
It's already here.
And a football game of great significance.
What?
Or at least used to be of great significance.
Huh?
That's coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. You can enter McMaster's matchup for your shot at $250 without even swinging a club. We're going to randomly select 20 of you who have entered at 1620thezone.com and match you up with a pro golfer. If your golfer takes home the win, you score $250. You can register now through Sunday, 1620thezone.com. Then stay tuned to hear if you won, and we will randomly assign your golfer the week of the Masters. By the way, one of the golfers we will not be assigning you is Phil Mickelson, who announced today he is not playing due to a family medical situation.
Wow, odd couple weeks for two of the most famous golfers of a generation.
Very.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed indeed. The NCAA tournament, we're going to be talking with Kevin Kugler here in about 40 minutes or so. Enjoy it now. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sure if you're a Nebraska fan, you definitely enjoyed it. But this was more than likely the last one to feature 68 teams. Reading from our boy Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports, the man who covers all the business of college sports. All sources point to this thing expanding.
And seemingly expanding overnight. Man, that's crazy.
Expanding for next year. But it was actually part of a larger story that he wrote regarding what the future of this event is going to be. Because the tournament contract, the TV contract, goes for another 5 years. After that, all bets could be off. And there's a lot of machination going on behind the scenes of how not only just the number of teams, but more importantly, how the money is distributed. As you know, if you maybe not familiar, you get the tournament units, the NCAA, for every team that advances, their conference gets so many units, and that's paid out over time. And it's all kind of done. It's all done rather equally. But obviously, the more teams that you get in, the more chances you have of accumulating units. But each unit is worth the same amount. Well, there's talk behind the scenes that, similar to what we have seen in conference realignment, in the college football playoff revenue distribution, that the bigger conferences, shock, surprise, I know this is going to be very shocking to hear, want a bigger piece of the pie. And they also want a greater percentage of the revenue that's out there. The revenue that's actually brought in by this event, only about 25 to 30% of it actually gets distributed to the schools in the form of these units.
Yeah.
All of the other stuff goes to running the NCAA, going to, subsidize, sports that don't make money, going towards the lawsuits that the NCAA is having to defend. And one of the arguments being made by some of the power conferences is, well, we're only getting, first of all, we think that the units should be distributed a little differently, that, bigger conferences should get more of them or get more per unit. But also we should be getting a bigger slice of the overall pie that right now we're basically paying for, operational costs. And so all of these things are being discussed in the moment. And the possibility exists, as Dellinger wrote, that someone else could come along and in 5 years from now could say, hey, we think we could run this tournament better. We can do it in a way where you get more of the money and we can distribute that revenue as we see fit and make you meaning the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big East, the Big 12, the ACC, feel more like you're, intricately involved and maybe starting to squeeze out some of the little guys.
The other thing, John, that stood out to me, I wanted to read a couple excerpts from Dellinger. He writes, as the glass slipper wearing mid-major programs claw to keep up with the big spending blue bloods, an inevitable question arises. When do the richest and wealthiest leagues threaten to get their own way on the hardwood too? And there was a quote from the UConn AD, David Benedict, who said, like a lot of things in this industry, I don't think it's a matter of if, I think it's a matter of when. Another thing from Dellinger, while this year's event produced record television viewership numbers, plenty of upsets, and a host of wild endings, it was missing something. A team from outside of the 5 basketball power leagues, the SEC, the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, and Big East, failed to advance to the Sweet 16 for a second consecutive season. So one of the things that you and I have discussed with college basketball and the tournament and any sort of changes coming where it leans more into power leagues and less into the Cinderellas or the mid-majors of the world, the low majors of the world, has always been like, but you remove the charm. People like the dance because of the charm. And I'm worried that because of the exact moment that we are in right now, where these are happening at a lesser rate, I'm worried that that will be a large reason that they will argue for a breakaway happening. Right now in college football, they're arguing for changes to be made to the college football playoff. They're arguing for fewer representation from schools like a Boise State, Tulane, etc. And in this specific era that we are in, that seems to be more palatable than ever because it's harder than ever for those schools to compete at a very high level. 15 years ago, Boise State football was, darn near a power, as close to a power as you can be from that region of the country or that level of football. 15 years ago, Butler was playing in back-to-back national championship games. They were not in the Big East Conference. I don't even remember what conference they were in at the time. We were seeing George Mason make deep runs, VCU. I don't want to say that those days are over because the sports always ebb and flow. But I do hate that these changes could be coming fresh off of the heels of a pretty seismic shift happening in college sports, but college basketball as well, where you get a Sweet 16 like the one that we just saw or the one that we saw last year, where you have, 16, 15, 14, 13s haven't won any games over the last 2 years for the first time in a 2-year stretch in however long, right? Like, this is an odd time. Wichita State brings up pesky Blues. Exactly. They made it to the Final Four out of the Mo Valley. This stuff sucks. Expansion is one thing of the tournament. I don't like that. You don't like that. It's dumb. But the idea
very few people like it, actually.
Correct, yes.
The only people that like it
Seth Davis.
Are the Seth Davises. He's like the one media member, and then all the
people who want more money.
Yeah, the coaches like it, the power brokers like it because it means more chances for
them.
But
who wants to pare this down? Like, who wants to kind of have a separation, a consolidation like we talk about in football all the time? Why would we want that in hoops too? It's stupid. And yet at this moment, I'm worried that the results on the floor are going to say, well, we don't even need them anymore because they're not even winning games like they used to.
I think you're going to see, folks, we haven't really seen it yet because of the argument that you made earlier, that the appeal and the attraction of the dance has been the smaller schools and those upset potentials, especially in the early rounds. We haven't really heard the argument as we have heard it on the football side of, well, people want their brands. They like their brands. We want the brands. I think you're going to start to, I think especially if this weekend goes well, and we've got a couple of really good matchups, including one that is very much anticipated.
Yeah.
Between Michigan and Arizona, where, and if the ratings bear it out, and the ratings have started to bear, the ratings have borne it out this year, that they're going to use that as, well, see, people still tune into this. In fact, they tune into it even greater than they have in recent years. And we've kind of nudged the smaller brands off to the side.
John, we've seen it.
People like their brands. We're going to hear the brand argument being made as we get closer to this, 5-year, period. And I think that's going to be eventually used as a reason to say, you know what, that was a part of a bygone era, rooting for the George Masons or rooting for the Davidsons or, the all those smaller schools, the VCUs. But things have changed and the TV viewers have spoken and the TV viewers want their brand.
That's what I was going to say real quick for Robin. This is the most watched March Madness in 30-something years. The Final Four, I'm guessing it's going to have a lot of people tuning in. And if in a way, that is also an argument that they will use. Look, we didn't have a whole lot of upsets and people were actually tuning in more than they have in recent years. Sadly, that's what they're going to do.
One more quote from Benedict, the AD at UConn, and then we'll take a break. Robin Washut coming up in just a moment. Quote, I do think in a world where there is another basketball tournament, created and that tournament says to the conferences, hey, we're going to compensate you directly and share 75% of the revenue. The environment typically moves to where the money moves.
Bingo.
I mean, if you can increase by 50% the amount of, well, actually, it's more than 50%, increasing it by 200%. No, 300%, right? Going from 25 to 75.
Yeah, that's 300%. Yeah.
Increasing the money by 300%. I think you would get a lot of big conferences that would sign off on that, and they would be more than happy to say, oh, and if you don't want, the Missouri Valley or the Summit or the Sun Belt around anymore, no problem. It's something worth watching, that's for sure.
Indeed.
Coming up next, speaking of money, basketball money, and Robin with some inside stuff from Fred Hoiberg regarding Nebraska's best player and playing through injury at the end of the season. That's coming up next here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Robin Washut.
Blissful ignorance, I think it could be an advantage here.
Robin Washut.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge.
That hot take.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it real good.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Robin. What is going on?
Oh, another day in transfer portal paradise. Fired up, ready to go.
Yeah, how many names do you know now, Robin, that you didn't know, let's say, like a month ago?
Oh, yeah, there's dudes I didn't even know played college basketball that are now, like, apparently must-gets that, Nebraska will fail as a program if we don't land this just random mid-major dude that put up 12-5 last season.
That's always my favorite part of any transfer portal season is like the football season ends, the basketball season ends, and this name pops up. It's like, this is the guy. They have to land this guy or everything's going to suck next year.
Yep, that's where we are. And the best thing is the portal opens on the 7th, on Tuesday. But because the NCAA is so smart with their recruiting calendar, the portal actually opens during a dead period. So the dead period doesn't end until Friday the 10th. So technically the portal will be open, but teams won't be allowed to hold any on or off campus visits for the first few days of that 15-day window, just because they had zero planning to avoid that. So NCAA at its best.
Yeah, exactly. You had a great story today on Husker Online, and we know now that the sports hernia that Price Sanford was playing through is enough to require a procedure to be done in the offseason. But do we know how much it affected him on the floor the last 6 weeks?
Well, I mean, in games, I don't know. It's hard to say it affected him at all, given the numbers that he put up. That's why, like, when I heard that, I was so stunned. I'm sure, like everybody else, that, so about, I think they pointed to the loss at Iowa on February 17th as kind of the point where, like, it really started to become an issue. Like, I think it was bothering him for a little bit, but, like, kind of one of those just, like, kind of grind of the season type deals I didn't put much thought into. But, like, during that Iowa game, I think is when it really started to flare up. And so from that game to the NCAA tournament loss, over those 9 games, Price averaged 18.2 points over 36 minutes a game. So, like, you look at that and be like, wow, it didn't impact him at all. In fact, he played like all Big Ten level basketball through that injury. But I think what you look at is kind of the in-between game process where, like, he didn't practice at all. Like, basically every day between game to game was all about, rehab and getting himself as healthy as he possibly could get just to be able to play in those games. So a lot of it was just the workload management and just trying to keep him as healthy as they could get and allow him to tolerate the pain as much as he could over the back half of the season, which, I mean, just considering the numbers he put up and the way that he kind of carried the team down the stretch, it's nothing short of phenomenal what he was able to do through a pretty significant sports injury.
Robin, what does this now mean for the next few weeks? Because I know everyone's wondering about him potentially leaving to go to the NBA, testing the waters there. Like, does this slow that down, like, in an odd way? Is this going to work in Nebraska's favor in that regard? Or do you think that won't have anything to do with whatever's next?
It probably will, just because the only way that I thought that he might leave early was if he were able to play himself into that surefire first round draft pick territory and not being able to go through the pre-draft process, go to the combine. Because they didn't give me an exact time frame on the recovery, but I mean, if you just kind of do a quick Google search, you're looking at anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks recovery time, just given the nature of the injury. And I think the fact that he played that much basketball through the injury, I can't imagine it's on the lighter side of that recovery time frame. So, like, that would probably put him through not just all of this month, but all of next month potentially which May is a massive point in the pre-draft process where a lot of your visits happen, the combine happens, the G League combine happens, and there's a pretty good chance, if not already, kind of a done deal, that he'll miss all of that. And so that kind of slams the door, at least in my opinion, on the opportunity to vault himself up. Because I think right now, most people view him as a draft prospect, but it's usually kind of in that second round range. And given the priority Nebraska has put on retaining him, I think the money would probably be better for him to come back next year. And he'll have an opportunity to kind of build upon the breakout season he had this year and, play where he wants to be. His family loves it here. He loves it here. His little sister is coming to Nebraska. So like, she'll be coming to school with him. So like, he's got all the reasons in the world to come back. And now that one X factor of potentially being a first round draft pick seems to be off the table, I'd probably put it at a very high likelihood that he's a Husker again next season.
Robin, one of the other things that you talked about with Fred Hoiberg was, and this was something that has been out there for the last couple of weeks, is that there's going to be more commitment to Nebraska basketball monetarily. How much of this new NIL/rev share money is going to be new money, do you think, versus money being redirected from other programs?
Yeah, I think from Nebraska's standpoint, like they do have an increased rev share allotment, like over the whole athletic department. I do think some of that is going to go to basketball. Like Troy Dannon has said as much, where like if you were assuming they're around like $3.5 million last year from their rev share cut, maybe that bumps up to over 4.5. I don't know if that's just a ballpark guess. So, I mean, that in itself is going to be an uptick, but I think the real boost is going to come from donor support. Like I wrote about this after the Oklahoma City tournament, that it was certainly notable that every single high-profile Nebraska athletics booster was courtside for that Troy game and was, celebrating with everybody else in that historic win. And then they were back again for that epic game against Vanderbilt. And like, it wasn't just the casual fan getting captivated by that March Madness run. It was, people that have the ability to help keep Nebraska at that level. And so, it seemed like there was kind of a momentum shift a bit towards like, getting that 35 to 50-year-old, kind of like next wave of booster kind of locked in to Nebraska basketball. And I think Nebraska capitalized on that, where now you're starting to see a return on that, where, the right people have the right level of interest and are writing the checks to get Nebraska to a much more competitive standpoint financially for their roster budget going into this offseason.
Robin, what is their profile now that they have done the thing and then they actually won another game and made it to the second weekend? Like I made the comparison yesterday to football and how like they have hit this ceiling over and over and over again. So you're always selling on just like making that first step. Basketball has now made the first step, and you can make an argument they made the second step. So like, how does that change the profile that of kind of players that they're going to be able to attract next year, or for next year rather?
Well, I mean, it starts with getting the donor support on board, because that's kind of where it all starts. Having the ability to go and financially compete for top level players. So that at least gets your foot in the door right then and there. And now you're not just playing in Fred Hoiberg's, NBA style offense and, leaning on his track record of NBA development and, playing in the Big Ten and all that sort of thing. Now you actually have tangible success to back it up, saying like, look, this is what we've spent the last 4 years building to get to this point. And now it's not a matter of like, you can be the player that takes it over the top. Like you can be the player that takes an already, good situation and takes it to the next level. I think that's kind of the selling point right now, is like you saw what Rink Mass was able to do in our offense. If you're a kind of a point forward that has aspirations of playing in the NBA and kind of the modern offense, why would you not look at Nebraska, given what Rink was able to do? And then, just kind of down the line of the roles that are now available to a team that isn't just, some, lovable loser program that, is just trying to get in the tournament. Like, the expectation now is they expect to get in and win games, multiple, and, take it to the next step where you're playing in the Elite Eight and then, beyond. So I think now that barrier, like you said, is broken, it changes the discussion for Nebraska when they are in these conversations. And again, the biggest domino is that they have more money to work with. But now they have more money, and they don't have other teams saying, "Why would you go to Nebraska? They've never won a tournament game.
Yeah.
Like they always lose, and they'll never be a winner." Well, they won this year, and now that they've kind of eliminated that hurdle out of their way, they have more money to work with, and in theory, that should set them up for far more success when it comes to competing for those difference maker players in the portal.
So give me your top 3 portal priorities. What do you think they are?
Center, first and foremost, and not just like a back to the basket traditional center. You need a rink. You need a Derek Walker. Even if it's not like a shooter like rink, you need somebody that can facilitate, bring the ball up, and initiate offense in the half court. Like that's kind of been the formula that Nebraska's built its roster around the last 3, I guess. Last year was a little bit of an exception, but when Rink was healthy and when Derek was there, that's when the system really thrived. And so they're going to try to find somebody else like that, someone that can, obviously be a point forward type, give them a threat at the 5 spot from 3-point range, and then also allow them to play with the spacing that makes this offense work. And the only way that works is if you're a threat enough to pull opposing bigs out of the paint. So, I mean, that's kind of the, I think, ideal profile of their top priority in the portal is, that kind of versatile, offensively skilled big man that can do a lot of things Rink and even Derek Walker could do over the last few years. And then beyond that, obviously, it's guard. You lose your top 2 ball handlers in Sam Hoiberg and Jamarcus Lawrence. Some big shoes to fill just in their on-court roles, but just as importantly with their leadership. So I don't think they're just going to go get, any talented guard. They're going to get guards that are going to come in and be a leader. You have Kale coming back, but beyond that, it's a really young backcourt, and they need some veteran presence in there to be floor generals, to be players that can, hit the ground running as vocal leaders, because that's what you need in that guard role. You can't have a quiet behind the scenes guy that's kind of running the show with your offense. So I think that's the type of guard they're looking for. Obviously shooting is non-negotiable. So it's not just about a guy that's going to be like a pass first point guard that doesn't bring much of a scoring threat. You're probably looking at, more of a combo type, a guy that can be just as much of a shooting threat as he is a facilitator. And I think that goes with every position. You got to be able to do everything in Fred's ideal system. That from point guard to center, you have to be able to be more than just a one-trick pony. So with these guards, they're losing a lot on both ends of the floor with what Sam and Jamarcus were able to do. So I think versatility is probably an experience, and leadership are going to be the hallmarks of what they're looking for with that.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com. Robin, we know you were very busy with basketball, but just in case you did not see any spring game, Josh will be more than happy to talk you through it. He was the one person at the Zone who actually watched the whole
I think Robin went to it, though, so he probably has better takes than I do.
Yeah, unfortunately, the worst part of that Iowa loss was that I had to come back and go to the most lightly attended spring game of my career, and it was fun. You know what I appreciated? They didn't make it more than it was. It was a bare bones spring game that was all about football. There was no volleyball coaches lassoing mechanical horses or wing eating contest or special teams coordinators doing bench press on the field. They just played football, and it was quick. It was efficient. We got some takeaways out of it. And, for what that game was, I thought that they handled it correctly and didn't try to dress it up any more than they needed to. So I appreciated that part.
But they also didn't sell a bunch of old merch that was worn by athletes.
Yeah.
So
that was actually like the biggest success of last year's spring game.
By far.
Just,
I
like walking
agree.
up to the game and dudes are like rolling like office chairs down the, the street in front of West Stadium. Like, wow, you just bought an office chair. That's cool.
hey, look, there's Steve Peterson's old glass desk.
Yeah, I think they should go back to that. I thought that was the one good thing that came out of last spring game.
Robin, have a great weekend. Thanks.
Yep. See you guys.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com. When we come back, we'll take a break, and Kevin Kugler will join us from that other college basketball tournament.
Some would call it the lesser tournament, John.
Maybe. Maybe. But we'll talk to him about the Final Four. As he will be on the call for Westwood 1. And, of course, we will have those games aired right here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
This is Nebraska's most listened to all sports radio station from 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Omaha's #1 afternoon radio show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Kevin Kugler.
Oh, there he is.
Hi.
For the first time though, heard in central Nebraska on 97.7 The Zone. Take that. You never had a network.
No, we did not. And I'm grateful that you guys have gotten this network in place so that I can finally spout my controversial views in larger areas in the state of Nebraska. And I for one, welcome the opportunity to do that right now in central and eastern Nebraska.
What are your top 5 controversial views? Go.
All right, top 5 controversial views. 1, central Nebraska is in fact further west than York, Nebraska. York, Nebraska is still eastern Nebraska in my book, despite the fact that Josh has been peddling this propaganda for years and years and years. 2, second most controversial view. Nebraska football poised for probably its most remarkable season ever. I mean, I think this is a 13, maybe a 14-win season for Nebraska football. Controversial? Yeah, I'll say that's controversial.
Oh, yeah.
No one is going to have that view but me. That's right, central Nebraska. Welcome to the Thunderdome or something. Controversial view number 3, Gingers. What's with them? Do we really need them around? John Bishop, I asked you that.
How is
I'd
this
say
controversial? No. Everybody mocks my people.
and they should. 4, is the Crown Final Four the same as the NIT Final Four is the same as the NCAA Final Four? I don't know that it is. That's my controversial view on that. I think one is greater than the other. And 5, the 5th most controversial view that I can bring this audience, vast as it is in both eastern and now central Nebraska, is this is not a complete network until Scottsbluff and Gering are on board. It's time for western Nebraska to come into the fold. And only then can this show, nay this station, nay these views, be where they need to be, which is dominance from border to border. If Chimney Rock isn't hearing the dulcet tones of John Bishop, then what's the point, really?
We're failures, honestly, if we don't get
really complete and total failure.
I would go further than that. I would actually put the transmitter tower on Chimney Rock.
On Chimney Rock. Can you imagine the signal and the carriage that if we were to shift the tower of 1620 The Zone, which I believe is currently a metal coat hanger that's being held by a man somewhere in Bellevue, and you were to stick that on top of Chimney Rock, you imagine how many people would be able to hear this station in daytime hours in Omaha, Nebraska? I dare say it might get as far as 12 miles out. Maybe. But you know what? The good news and the 6th most controversial announcement is the Zone in Omaha is moving to FM. Congratulations, you guys, on the FM signal. I'm excited for you.
Okay, that's not a controversial take. That's just fake news.
Oh, I thought controversial views and fake news were all the same thing these days.
Oh, that's true. Okay, good enough. Well, look forward to your next concert. I think it'll be great. All right, let's start. I want to start with the game that's not getting as much attention this week, and that's UConn and Illinois, because this is a rematch of a game that these teams played way back in November. Now, it was interesting because I think a lot of people are going to say that game has no bearing on what's going to happen on Saturday in Lucas Oil Stadium. But then I was watching a video of Dan Hurley. I think it was before he came to talk to you guys, and he's standing out in the hallway. And what is he watching on his tablet? He's watching the first game between UConn and Illinois. What do you think any bearing that matchup's going to have on the rematch?
I think the bearing is that it at least gives you a familiar base to start with your preparation, which is something you don't always get in a Final Four. You can say, hey, remember when we did X, Y, or Z? Now, to your point, these are both different teams. Braylon Mullins wasn't doing a whole lot for UConn. Then Terrace Reed was just coming back from injury. And Keaton Wagler had 3 points in 14 minutes. He was not anybody's conversation in regards to Illinois, and now he's Mr. Everything and likely a lottery pick in the NBA next season. So you're looking at two different teams, but you're also giving each of these coaches a base to say, hey, you guys played against Caravan. You know what Caravan can do. Or, hey, you saw how Kylan Boswell can defend UConn. Figure out a way to score against a guy who is a very good defender, who's an excellent cutter, who's an excellent screener, figure out how to work against guys like that. So you can at least come in with a familiar base and say, all right, I know it's not the same. I know that was late November at Madison Square Garden, but you can at least say, hey, remember this. Look at this personnel. Look how you played this. Play this better because this is his skill set. So I think it helps from that standpoint. Schematically, strategy-wise, I don't know that it helps a ton. Although, look, Illinois does what Illinois does. UConn does what UConn does. They're not going to change what they do just because they saw each other in November.
Kevin, Illinois is so interesting to me because at various points this year, we were saying like, whoa, are we sure that this is not the best team in college basketball? And then they kind of sputtered down the stretch and it was like, okay, maybe not. And yet now here they sit 2 games away from a national championship. I wonder how you think this iteration of them right now at the beginning of April compares to the various instances that you saw of them going back to the earliest parts of the season, the middle parts of the season, and the end of the regular season.
Yeah, it's funny, Josh, because they were the first game I had this year for TV. I started my season in Champaign, and I remember watching that team and thinking, wow, this is a really good team. They're big at all 5 spots. They can all shoot. They can all score. And then I would watch them, and as the season would go on, I'd have them again, and they would look terrible. And I'd go, gosh, that's weird. And then I'd have them like at Purdue at Mackey Arena, and they looked great in that game. And I left that building, and I thought that team could win a national championship. And then they played Michigan, and I thought, I don't know how good that team is. So I've gone back and forth on them all year. I think the difference for them in the tournament has been how they've defended. They have really done a good job in just clamping down on teams. I mean, VCU held them under 60. Houston held them under 60. Iowa held them under 60. The way they've defended, to me, is the bigger story with Illinois. Illinois is going to score, and they're going to be efficient offensively. They have guys who can shoot 1 through 5. Keaton Wagler has developed into one of the more steady hands who can also score from a point guard standpoint. So there's a lot of great weapons for Brad Underwood's team, but the fact that they're defending now, to me, is the biggest difference with this team, this iteration, this group. Now, and John, you know this, I mean, UConn defended better than anybody in the Big East this year. So there's a chance that this game is not an overwhelmingly high-scoring game. If it's a high-scoring game, it definitely favors Illinois in my mind. UConn wants this game to be played in the 70s. Illinois would love to see this game cranked up to the 80s on an optimal day. But Illinois has also shown that over the last 3 games in this tournament, if it's in the 70s or in the 60s, they can play that game too.
UConn is kind of an interesting story because yeah, they're UConn. Yeah, they almost won the Big East regular season, played for the conference tournament championship. But I think a lot of people were like, is this team really that good? And when you're compared to recent national championship vintages, it can be hard to live up to. And so when they came into this tournament, yeah, they were a 2 seed, but not a lot of folks were giving them a great chance, mainly because Florida was in that same region. But now you bring in Terrace Reed. And Terrace Reed is a guy who, he started all year. But I can remember, against Creighton, I think he only played like 18 minutes in one of the games, and it wasn't as big of a factor in the loss in Stores. Now he's come on in this tournament, and he is putting up ungodly numbers, and he was the reason why Braylon Mullins even had a chance at the end of the game, because without him, that game, which started to be a blowout and started to be a runaway, was going to be one of the epic runaways of all time. Terrace Reed's having a tournament for the ages. How much has that changed this UConn team in just 4 games?
Oh, I think it's the difference with UConn. I mean, you are looking at, I was trying to think of bigs who've made this kind of an impact in recent years, and the only one you can come up with is Zach Edey. I mean, Zach Edey was a dominant, powerful force that made it all the way to a national championship game, ironically, against UConn. And sure enough, there have been 2 players in the last 50 years of this tournament that have entered a Final Four scoring 80-plus points and grabbing 50 or more rebounds. And it's Zach Edey and it's Terrace Reed. That's it. That's the list. There's nobody else in the last 50 years that has come into a Final Four with that kind of dominance at any position, but certainly at the post. So if you're looking at this Illinois team, they are big, but they're not Terrace Reed level big inside. It's a different kind of big that you're playing against when it's Illinois. Now, the flip side of that is Illinois is going to force Terrace Reed out onto the perimeter to try to defend an Ivicic out on the edge who can shoot a three. That's not a great matchup for Terrace Reed defending on the perimeter. So there's give and take with that. I think offensively and on the glass, UConn gets an advantage with Reed. I think defensively, that's a hard matchup for him. And I think how that goes is going to be one of the real keys to this game on Saturday night.
Kevin, fast forwarding to Monday, if one of these two teams is lifting the championship trophy, like what have folks missed along the way as we all kind of view the second game on Saturday as a de facto national championship?
I think what you've missed along the way is that UConn is the Kansas City Chiefs of college basketball. They are the team that gets into the postseason and wins 6 national championships since 1999. Nobody's close to that. None of these teams that are in the Final Four outside of UConn have won a national championship at all in that span. They've won 6 national championships in that span. The numbers are 8 straight wins in the Final Four. 8 straight wins in the Final Four. 18 straight wins in the Sweet 16 or later. Say what you will about Dan Hurley. Say what you will about, was this an up year or a down year for the Big East? All I know is that UConn gets into the NCAA tournament, goes, oh, okay, now we're here. Now we'll figure out a way to win. And that's what they do. And they win games. They have no business being in this game the way they were. I mean, they shouldn't be in this game because Duke should have won that game. And yet UConn figured out a way, as they always do, to win the game. And again, how do you don't rule out the Kansas City Chiefs in a playoff situation until they lose that playoff game. I'm not ruling out the UConn Huskies, and if they are hoisting a trophy on Monday night, why would you be surprised based on recent history? You shouldn't be.
Kevin, you've been doing the Final Four now for a while. You go back to the days when Wisconsin's Bud Foster led the Badgers to a national championship over Jack Friel's Washington State Cougars in the 1940s.
And I still appreciate you letting me come into the class you were teaching at that time to talk about that game. That was really nice for you to do that.
But in all seriousness, this Arizona-Michigan game.
Yeah.
Where does this rank in terms of anticipation and just intrigue based on how well these two teams are playing?
I can't remember a semifinal game outside of, like a North Carolina Duke because of a rivalry situation. I can't remember one based on so much conversation about these are the two best teams in college basketball. And that's where every conversation starts. And look, it's hard to argue that. I mean, it's really hard to come up with evidence to say, oh, to the contrary, now hold on, these two teams, X, Y, or Z team is better. Michigan's great. Arizona's great. I've had the chance. I saw Arizona the first weekend. I saw Michigan the second weekend. I've seen each of them up close in the NCAA tournament. I don't know who has a big edge in this. I really don't. I think you can make a great case for each of these teams. I think you can make a great case that Michigan breaks the Big Ten's drought of not having a champion in 26 years because this team is balanced. They are deep. They are big. This is a really big team. And the stuff we were talking about with Terrace Reed, that's not going to be a factor when it comes to Michigan. Michigan is going to embrace a bigger team. Look what happened in the Sweet 16 for Michigan. Michigan trailed at halftime to Alabama in a game that wasn't necessarily personnel-wise suited for Alabama, for Michigan. Alabama wasn't a big team. They were spreading you out. They were getting up and down the floor. And Michigan took about a half to get acclimated. Then they came out, whacked them in the second half. They got into a much more traditional matchup with Tennessee. Bigs matching bigs, guards matching guards. And they pummeled them. They absolutely pummeled them. This is a team that can beat you in a variety of ways. Sometimes it takes a little longer to get their legs. But then Arizona, great on the glass. And it's the most unique team in the Final Four from this standpoint. We are in an era of three-point bombs. Everybody loves them, from college basketball to the NBA. And everybody, the NBA is unwatchable because all they do is shoot threes. This is a team that does not shoot threes. Their three-point percentage rate is something like 26%. It's the lowest since North Carolina a decade ago in the tournament. They just don't shoot threes. They hit the glass. They score in the paint. They shoot mid-range jumpers. They do not shoot and live and die by the three. It's an incredibly unique and somewhat old-school team to try to win a national championship. And I'm fascinated to see if this Arizona team is the team that breaks through.
Kevin, you mentioned like how the edges, it's hard to find one. So like I wonder if you think the Tommy Lloyd UNC stuff, like his answers this last week have been very interesting to me, because he's not really denying it. He's talking about how his focus is there. Like in your time covering Final Fours, when there's a rumor out there with a coach, what does that affect a team? Do you think in the end that this is something that they could be worrying about in the offseason?
I think it affected a team more before we all had to redo rosters every single year in college basketball. I mean, we had Rick Pitino a couple weeks ago, and I asked him a question in a pregame interview about rebuilding St. John's, and he said, "I'm going to correct you right there. There's no such thing as a rebuild anymore. Every year it's a build. Every year it's a build with 10 new players. I got to go out and get 10 new players every year for my roster." So I really do think the fact that this is such a transitory sport now, where I don't know who's going to be on. You tell me who's going to be on any basketball roster next year. You can't. You can't tell me if Dwayne Aristotle of Arizona is going to come back. He's just a freshman. You can't tell me that Braden Burries is going to come back to Arizona as a freshman. So I really do think everybody lives in the moment with teams now. This team, this moment. Well, everybody on this Arizona roster knows Tommy Lloyd's not going anywhere before the end of the Final Four. So I don't know that it matters much beyond that. And so I think that is diminished greatly because the impact is, I don't know who's on this team. I don't know who's on any team come Tuesday in college basketball. I have no clue. And I don't know that it matters much anymore what a coach is doing after Monday because you don't know what the team looks like after Monday.
What do you think decides this matchup?
I really do think
I
really do think that for this team, the team that wins this game, whichever team wins it, is the team that's best suited to score in the paint. Arizona has to score in the paint. They're not going to win games shooting threes. Well, Michigan is the second best paint shooting percentage team in all of college basketball. They want to win in the paint. Whoever wins in the paint is going to win this basketball game. If that's Arizona, that's exactly how they've played all year. Michigan can win with 3-point shots, but they don't want to necessarily win with 3-point shots. So to me, it's the painted area. If you like bigs battling in the painted area, I think this game's going to have a lot for you on Saturday night.
Obviously, Michigan has been a monster this year, Kevin. And so, it's hard to ask the question I'm going to ask given that. But, is this the conference's best chance to win a natty in your time calling Final Fours? Two teams, of course, from the Big Ten in it. And one of them, I feel like this might be the best Big Ten team since you've been doing the Final Four in 2008.
It's pretty close. And look, I think you'd have to say that it would surprise no one if Monday night Michigan and Illinois were playing for a national championship. Obviously they're two of the four teams here, and they're on opposite sides. So there's a 50-50 shot that each one of those teams is in. It's the conference's best chance to break that spell and get rid of that oft-used talking point that they can't win a conference or they can't win a national championship in college basketball. And if they do win this national championship in college basketball, it's safe to say that these are the greatest days that the Big Ten Conference has seen maybe ever, certainly in this new incarnation of college athletics. 3 straight football championships. You finally break the schneid in a college basketball championship. We all know volleyball is great in this sport. You've got a women's basketball program that's really clicking. You've got everything that you want. You've got the number 1 college baseball team in America right now and several others in the rankings. it is just it's the good old days for Big Ten sports. And if they can get that college basketball trophy, because believe me, college basketball matters an awful lot to the conferences that are left in this Final Four. That's another thing I love about this Final Four. Big 12, Big East, and Big Ten. It is a football thing with the Big 12 and the Big Ten and obviously the SEC. But don't let anybody fool you. These conferences care an awful lot about basketball too. And it's going to be fun to see which comes out on top. But if it's the Big Ten, man, it's the good old days for Big Ten sports right now. If that happens, if they've got football and men's college basketball wrapped up, that's pretty impressive.
Man, you think about those plucky underdogs from the Big Ten and go, golly.
No. I know. It's nice to see something good happen for Michigan.
It'd be like watching Caddyshack, and instead of Rodney Dangerfield winning at the end, it's Judge Schmales.
Maybe the Gopher wins. And thus we all win.
Well, the Gopher did win. He did blow up the golf course.
Yeah. True.
Well, actually, that was Bill Murray that blew up the golf course, but it was because of the gopher.
And if Bill Murray wins again this weekend, it's because UConn's won because his son is on that team, and there we are. Full
right.
circle.
That's
Full
how it's
circle.
done.
Take that, Central Nebraska.
Well, if you find Bill, ask him what we need to do to win more than one game per day. I mean, more than one game in a row.
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure he's here. There were rumors that he was enamored with the Crown and that he was coming to Vegas. He'd heard he'd heard that the Creighton and the Rutgers were locking up in an epic tilt tonight, and so he wanted to be sure and be. It's a 10:35 tip Eastern time. And joke all you want about old, but man, I'm not staying up till 10:35 Eastern time to watch Creighton and the Rutgers. It's just not a thing I'm going to do. I wish you well, John Bishop.
You used to do it all the time when you would do that for Jack Parr. Why can't you do it here?
I used to do it all the time, but I'm not doing it anymore. I'll just have to wait until my newspaper gets delivered to my porch tomorrow morning, where I can read about it. If it even makes the late edition, I don't know that it will.
Probably not. You need the afternoon edition tomorrow to find out what happened in the game.
I will stop by my local newsstand in Indianapolis and get the afternoon edition of the paper, and I'll look forward to reading all about it. I'm sure it'll be front page news.
All right. Well, you'll be able to hear him on the call. Our good friend Nick Bob will be. Was Nick a kid in the candy store today? I mean,
Nick was so happy. There's at least one thing that happened today that Nick and I got onto a thing that will probably be part of his podcast, and it involved him looking up the actual date of Keaton Wagler's prom, and then realizing that things that you could ask about a prom could also. You remember the game we used to play on the show, and Central Nebraska won't, but we used to play this game called Did They Really Say That? Well, it turns out you can kind of do that in relation to basketball terms and proms. And I'll just let you go from there. We hey, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You play a little zone on your prom night, that it was juvenile. And frankly, I don't approve of any of that kind of conversation, but I'm sure it'll be on a podcast.
All right, we'll enjoy Nick's last Final Four with Westwood One. It'll all be coming up this Saturday and again on Monday for the semis and the national championship. All right, what's on the rest of your agenda tonight?
No, I'm currently working on my boards, and that's about it.
Boards. There's no color. Where's the color?
There's plenty of color. Look at all that color. Look at that color.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at all that. Look at all
Kevin, your charts look very similar to mine. That's crazy.
I know it's nuts, isn't it? I don't even understand. I probably, one of the things I did was I looked up what you were doing, and I went, you know what? I'm just going to copy what Josh is doing from now on. That's just how I'm going to move on. And apparently I need to. I have markers here, John. Does this help? I have all the colored markers.
Look at that! Pink. You got pink. That's very nice. That's good.
I got pink. There's green. There's orange. I mean, it's all happening.
Well, while Josh is, teaching you how to fill out a chart, eventually this June he'll teach you how to sideline report from the College World Series. It all comes.
The College World Series. We were just talking about that today. It is coming up. I've got baseball next weekend again, and I'm fired up. I'm fired. We're just 2 months away from all competing in the booth. Oh. Nick will be there.
Back for the prelims. Are you back for the prelims this year, Kevin?
I am not. No, I'm not back for the prelims. But I am back for the championship series, and I know John is too. So that's exciting.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I've heard 100% that you
I
want
might
to be
fake an injury this time.
You know who's excited about college baseball? Nick Grimm.
Baseball.
Baseball. There he is. Oh, now I feel like I'm part of the show. Yeah, now I get to look at it. He's got a baseball hat and a baseball jersey on because he loves baseball.
I do love baseball. Thank you, Kevin.
He is. If there was such an award as 1620 The Zone's Baseball Guy of the Week, Nick Grimm would win that. You should do a show like that sometime where you give an award for Baseball Guy of the Week. I see a Royals game right on behind him. I mean, this is a baseball show.
It is.
I love baseball. All right. Have a good call and stay out of trouble in Indianapolis.
You were going to say Las Vegas. I'm not in Las Vegas. You stay out of trouble in Las Vegas.
Yeah, John.
It's pretty easy.
Goodbye.
Bye, Kevin.
Bye, Kevin.
Bye.
Kevin Kugler.
Look at
on
this.
The call.
Look what I
for Western
found.
Point.
And he's still in the green room, so you can see it. Baseball guy of the week. Look at that graphic. That's
Look
like
at
a
that.
10-year-old graphic.
Wow.
Yeah. I think Laura made it for us back in the day.
I like it.
Wow.
It's cool that it's formatted perfectly. For
I know.
our thing.
We're going to keep it in the StreamYard. We'll put this up now on the screen from time to time.
Let's go.
Mhm.
Okay, we've got more to come here live from the Crown. By the way, did you know this? Did you?
What?
While we're on the subject of it,
Of the
not to
Crown?
get people to tune away from Kevin's broadcast, but did you see this? Did you hear about this? You know how they done the alternate broadcast for the national championship football game?
They're doing it for hoops?
Yeah, but get this. So True TV and HBO Max will have an alternate broadcast of
Weird
the Michigan-Arizona game featuring the Fab Five.
Whoa. They don't
And
get
they will-
together very
and they
much
will
anymore.
all be there for that 30 for 30 they did. Who was it?
Chris Webber. Dude,
Chris Webber
yeah,
did
they
not
had a
do it.
massive falling out, the timeout and everything that happened. Chris Webber didn't talk to them for years. And so
Yeah.
that's legitimately cool. Back together again. That's awesome.
Chris Webber, Jalen Rose, Juwan Howard, Jimmy King, Ray Jackson will be on with an alternate broadcast of the Michigan-Arizona game.
Wow. That's awesome.
It's one of the rare times they have reunited since they're playing.
I think they didn't reunite until a few years ago for the first time again since the 90s. And so wow, that's awesome. Good for them.
Reunited, and it feels so
And
good.
it feels so good.
We feel pretty good about things here in Las Vegas, and we'll be back with more on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
We also feel pretty good about the Underdog Fantasy app. We were just talking about the Tournament of Great Significance, which will come to a close on Monday. 1 game that night, 2 games on Saturday before that. And right now, John, whether you are here in Omaha, whether you are out in Scottsbluff, which Kevin just mentioned, you can download the Underdog app and you can make picks and win money right here in the state of Nebraska. So easy to do so. So many options, even with a limited amount of college basketball games remaining this season. Many options are available for you. Points, rebounds, steals, assists, so much more. Download that app. Find some things you like, and if you get your picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash.
And look for the profit boosters as well. They do daily profit boosters on a variety of different sports, so you can actually win more money. So download that app today. Just search Underdog in your app store or go to underdogfantasy.com. Download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone and score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620TheZone. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. Does your lawn need a makeover? Have you been dreaming about your own backyard oasis? Well, it sounds like you need an outdoor upgrade, and we've teamed up with Robert's Nursery Landscape and Lawn to give you a shot at a $10,000 backyard makeover. You could do retaining walls. You could do some landscaping. You could do outdoor kitchens, water features, fireplaces, fire pits, and a whole lot more. Hurry to 1620thezone.com. Register for your chance to win a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Robert's Nursery Landscape and Lawn. 1620thezone.com.
Awesome.
It is awesome, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's so wonderful. Don't have as much time to get into this here, so we'll wait until the next segment because we were a little long there because, Kevin's so windy. The old people, they get up there in age. They start talking and rambling on. But we opened the show today talking about April Fool's Day stuff.
Oh, what are you going to do now?
Well,
is Creighton not really in the crown?
They're in the Final Four. April Fool's.
We're here. We're definitely here.
Okay.
Did you see this? Did you hear
John
about
just
this?
wanted to go to Vegas again.
So last night at the Wizards game, they did one of those $10,000, Jackie Moon, hit the full court shot, win a prize, win a bunch of money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they did this with a guy blindfolded. So the bit was, if you make a half court shot for $10,000,
okay,
blindfolded, you win the cash. So they do the bit, and all the mascots are out there, and this dude's out there, and he's blindfolded. He heaves up this shot. It misses badly. But they play all the bells and whistles and celebrate as if he hit it. As if he hit it.
That's rough.
And then the guy takes his blindfold off. They get the big check out.
Oh,
posing.
no!
That's too far.
They're posing for the picture, and they say, hey, do you want to see your shot? We'll replay it on the big screen. So they replay it on the big screen.
Yeah.
It obviously goes awry, and that's when they do the whole,
April
gotcha.
Fool.
You thought you solved all your debt problems.
Now, wait a second.
Okay.
This was all a bit. Everybody that participated
They were
was
in on
the bit.
Even the shooter?
Yes.
Oh.
He was an actor.
Even the John Wilkes?
Yes, he was an actor.
Get it, Nick?
Yeah.
But there were people mad online that the Wizards would do such a thing.
Wait, who are they mad at? Because if everyone was in on the joke, then nobody really
they're
got
mad. They're mad at the Wizards
for
They're
doing
mad
a
at the
joke.
Wizards for fooling the fans into thinking some guy had won because they thought it was all legit.
Who cares? What?
So
It didn't affect the fans, though. They didn't win any money.
The real April Fool was on the fans who didn't know.
Okay.
It was all a bit.
Okay.
But people still got triggered. So guess what the Washington Wizards did?
Oh my gosh.
They apologize.
Soft.
This is soft.
This wouldn't have happened if the Wizards still used their old logo.
The bullets?
No, the W, but it looked like a wizard.
Oh, Nick says bring back the bullets.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they put out a statement on social media saying, we apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan. The skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority, and we continue to be committed to providing a positive experience to all who attend our games.
That's not true because the Wizards are terrible at basketball.
Well, that
the
is
Wizards
true.
exist.
They're 17-59. They do not care about the fan experience. They are liars again. Apologize again, Washington.
Now, what's worse, a bad April Fool's joke or a scripted April Fool's joke?
I think this is actually kind of funny.
It is funny. It's just people who get mad online, and
they didn't have to apologize. They're
No,
they're the wimps here.
no.
I blame them now
Well,
over anything again.
Wimpsards.
They should apologize for apologizing. They should say we are sorry for apologizing because now we are a bunch of soft babies.
Yeah,
I don't understand
this
why.
was very,
why
very soft.
if everybody was in on the joke, why are fans mad? I don't understand this.
Because there were fans that thought it was all legit, and they were like, "Oh, that was a mean thing to do to that poor guy," not realizing that it was all a bit.
Dumb.
Boo.
Yeah.
It is. It's all
Apologize
very,
for having a bad basketball team. They have 19 wins.
They do.
It is
They're-
April.
What are they?
They're
The
not.
Rockies?
Also, weren't they the team that allowed Bam to score 83?
Yes,
Apologize
they
for
were.
that.
Yes, they were.
This franchise is a monstrosity. Move them to Seattle.
The Seattle Wizards?
No, the Seattle Supersonics.
The Super Wizards?
By the way, a listener of ours wants me to issue a correction
Oh,
because
Why?
I said John Wilkes, and I got a text. It's John Wilkes Booth. I know that it's John
yeah,
Wilkes Booth.
we know.
Well-
But it's one of those names where you don't have to say the last name to know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I could have gone with, what's his name down in Dallas?
Osama. Oh.
No, not Osama. Wow.
Lee Harvey wasn't an actor.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was talking because Nick.
Or was he,
Nick-
John?
No, this isn't about acting. We said the shooter,
Oh,
and I said
sorry.
he pulled
Lee
a John,
Harvey Oswald.
pulled
I
a
don't
John
want to
Wilkes.
leave out the name. Last
Lee
name.
Harv. Yeah.
Lee Harv.
Lee Harv.
You think anyone ever called him that? Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, Lee Harv?
Yeah, they probably did it in Russian though.
Lee Harv.
Yeah,
Lee Harv.
that guy was something else.
He was.
Bad guy.
Allegedly.
All right. When
Oh,
we come back here live from the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas,
What do we got?
the NIL today
It's back.
Uh-oh.
on 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Remember Jared? He was a guy.
Always forget that Jared shows up at the end of that thing.
It's like a jump
That's right.
scare.
Mm-hmm.
It is a jump scare. That is the open to the NIL today. This is when we used to talk about the impending coming of NIL and what it was all going to do. Now NIL is here, and well, they're still doing many NIL things. Now this isn't so much NIL; it's more transfer portal related. But hey, it's a catch-all term. We just use it for everything. Yesterday, the NCAA's Division I cabinet. This organization has so many governing bodies. There's the advisory council, there's the coaches, there's the administrative council, all this stuff. Now we have a cabinet.
It's probably why nothing ever gets done. Am I right, fellas?
Hey-o!
Well, they passed emergency blind transfer legislation. Yes, it is now illegal to transfer if you're blind.
That is mean.
And ableist.
I was going to say, Nick.
How will the blind football player ever cope?
Actually, this is the way that Mac Markway.
Yep.
You remember the Mac Markway experience, the tight end who came from LSU and ended up at Nebraska.
And I always call him Mark Macway.
When there's a Mark Will.
Yeah.
Outside of
Nice.
the transfer portal, the blind transfer is when someone just decides, hey, I'm going to leave this school and I'm going to enroll in a new school. And it's happening outside of the transfer portal, period.
It's what
So
happened last
he
year
never-
with Jake Retzloff after he got kicked out of BYU.
It was. Of course, the big one was Xavier Lucas, the Wisconsin defensive back, who up and left Wisconsin and ended up at Miami. So these players never actually entered the portal. You can go to a different school if you want. It's just being able to play at that other school when you don't go through the portal. Well, the emergency legislation will take effect immediately and this is the one we talked about a few weeks ago. The penalties include a suspension of that sports head coach for 50% of the season.
Whoa.
And a fine of 20% of that sports budget. So if you were to use, let's say Nebraska as an example. Let's say Nebraska is guilty of this. That means Matt Rule would be suspended for 6 games, and the school would have to forfeit roughly $20 million, assuming that the budget, I think the budget's around $80 million, but let's say it's a $100 million budget. That's $20 million that they would be fined.
It was 20%. Is that what you said it was?
It's 20%
50%
of that
of games,
sports
20%.
budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is something that people have kind of been sounding the alarm on a little bit as of late, because the portal is long closed, right? Like that closed months ago. And now we are entering into a period where spring games are going to come and go. Nebraska's already has. And John, that Nebraska has left their spring period thinking, oh, man, be nice if we could add X, Y, and Z on the roster. And I bet there are players on the roster that are thinking, man, I wish that I would have left. I wish that I could go play somewhere else. And so people have been wondering, are we going to see something like this happening? Are we going to see blind transfers where they don't enter into the portal and then they still are able to find their way to another locale? This is a punishment. We keep talking. How do you curtail X? How do you curtail Y? And the biggest one that we're asking is, how do you curtail tampering? This would curtail, I would think, blind transfers. 50% of the coaches' games they'd be suspended for. 20% of the budget. That is a lot of games. That's 6 regular season games. I would have to imagine that if it was going to happen, that this is a nice shot across the bow to stop it from happening.
Now, the schools are all for this, but attorneys across the NIL landscape, reading from the On3 report, have lashed out against the blind transfer rules, saying that schools can't prevent athletes from obtaining an education from whatever institution they wish to go to. And many are expecting that lawsuits will be filed over these penalties. Now, the argument of obtaining an education, well, sure, they could transfer if they want. This is about playing the sport.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says an athlete couldn't transfer from one school to another. They could still get their education, but would they be able to play the sport? And so I'm guessing that's going to be the argument from the NCAA is, hey, listen, we're not telling people they can't go to the school that they want to. We're just telling them you're not allowed to play football or whatever sport it is because you circumvented our rules. I don't know if it's, like everything else, the NCAA seems to lose on all of these. This could be one they actually win on, because it's circumventing the rules that they have established and that everyone seems to be okay with for the moment. I mean, if people successfully sue against this, what's to stop them from successfully saying, well, why should there be a 15-day transfer window? It should be an unlimited transfer window. What's to stop them from doing that?
Yeah. Mike says, can we frame rule to gain a blind transfer? Losing him for 6 games would be great. Jordan says, just make the player sit out a year like the days of transfers. Yeah, I mean, certainly an old way of doing it. That would very much curtail this. But they'd get their asses sued for sure.
Yeah, you're not putting that genie back in the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the only thing that's going to stop all of this nonsense.
Collectively bargain.
Bingo.
Yeah, but that's
and
not
that
what
would
they
require
want to do.
that would require making the athletes employees, and that is the one hamburger hill that the NCAA is willing to do.
I like hamburgers.
Michael tweets in on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Billable hours are going to remain undefeated with these new blind transfer rules. Yeah, I guess let's see. You're all right, John. Like someone's going to try it. Someone's going to say you're suspended, and then they're going to say we'll take you to court. Again, the part that I just don't understand sometimes with these things, it's like it is the who made this announcement? This is the NCAA, right? Like
this is the NCAA's.
It's their sport.
Cabinet.
If they want to decide to suspend somebody, they should be able to do that in theory, right? Like, I don't know. You have rules. But you're right. I bet someone's going to challenge this. And then, yeah, the billable hours will indeed remain undefeated.
All right, coming up, we are closing in on the happy hour.
What, already?
Yeah, it's almost happy hour.
And we're
time.
closing on the game starting just under 5 hours until tip-off.
John, 5 hours from now, you'll be calling the game, and I don't know, 8 hours from now, you might finally be sleeping.
We could have put another 4-hour show after us, and it would almost get to the game.
We could.
They would have to cut off barely any of the show.
It is going to be a late start tonight. That is for sure.
Uh-huh.
The good thing is you love those.
Yeah. By the way, all of our coverage here, courtesy of
Thank you,
Old Man Doug and Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Also, special thanks to Circa.
Hell yeah.
Where, fingers crossed, Jays win tonight.
You'll be there tomorrow.
I'll be at the cabana.
God, that sounds awesome.
Sipping Japanese whiskey.
No, I'm not going to be sipping
and eating
Japanese.
chicken tenders.
The big chicken tender platter.
Chicken tenders and Japanese whiskey. Doesn't get any better than that, John.
I call that a Nick Grimm.
Do you want to pull a Nick Grimm, John?
No, nobody wants to pull a Nick Grimm.
Well, my fiance did.
Hey-oh!
By the way, final score from UConn, Creighton 3, UConn 1, baseball.
Oh, yeah,
How
there's
about that?
baseball on today. Nick got mad. I turned it on to NFL Network, and they're playing a Browns-Ravens game from 2018.
Why do you want to watch a Lamar Jackson rookie game when baseball's
All right,
on?
I'll look for a baseball game.
There's so much.
Well, you just missed the Creighton UConn game. You could have watched that on ESPN Plus.
Oh, rats! We're logged in. All right, I'll go find a game.
And Creighton softball split a twin bill today with Butler.
Bummer.
And twins.
And twins. Happy hour coming up next in Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
The happy hour is on the air! I don't know what John's doing. He's plugging stuff in. I'm worried something might have gotten unplugged. Uh-oh, he had to switch.
Oh,
He's got his headphones on again.
I'm nervous.
I'm a little nervous as well. John, what happened? Yeah, we can tell. Yeah. Oh, is he getting set up? Is he still got to get set up, or his settings all screwed up?
He's saying he can't hear us.
Oh,
I
there
think.
it is.
No, I got it. We lost our internet.
What? We have an hour of the show left. What happened?
Did the nice guys just take it away from you?
I don't know. It just all of a sudden went dark.
That's a bummer.
I leave to go to the bathroom, and I come back, and I'm like, oh, I'm not hearing anything. I certainly didn't take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, and then I realized, the internet was shut down for some reason. So anyway, but yay StreamYard, we're still here.
Well, that's a bummer.
That is a bummer.
You sound great, John. You sound great.
We're here. We're here nonetheless. Anyway, welcome to the happy hour, everyone. Final hour of the Grum here from the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, where the Jays are taking on Rutgers tonight. These two teams, sub 500 seasons. They've both been recent NCAA participants, but not this year. We'll see if Creighton's got what it takes tonight against a Rutgers team that's been playing better down the stretch. They won 5 out of their last 8 games, whereas the Jays won only 3 out of their last 11. But it's been 3 weeks. That was another thing we didn't talk about when we kind of set up the day today. It's been 3 weeks since these teams played. This is it's like college bowl season or something, right? You take like 3-4 weeks off between games. So not only do you have the element of, which team really wants to be here, which one's motivated, but you also have the fact that these teams haven't played in 3 weeks. So how much of the chemistry, how much of the timing has been affected, just how much the layover of between games has affected things. So that's another element that we have to watch for tonight.
Yeah, I remember thinking the same thing last year, where it's just like we have a Final Four set. There are 3 games left in the regular season, and now we're getting to this other tournament. For Creighton, it's been, as you mentioned, a few weeks since they last played. Obviously, it's going to be the same thing for Rutgers as well. Looks like John's going to be back on the headset there, Nick. So that's nice. Very strange, and that's one of the oddities about this entire tournament, And I imagine that when you get there in a little bit, when you walk inside the actual arena, it's going to continue to feel a little bit strange. But that's how this thing rolls.
Meantime, we need to update a couple of things.
Okay.
Might as well get that dropout that we had a little bit earlier on, because it's time to update whether or not Nebraska baseball will
host a playoff game.
Friend of the program, Kendall Rogers and his mates over at D1 Baseball have put out their mid-season edition of the Field of 64 projections. The projections for the NCAA tournament. And inside said projections, they also include who will be hosting. Remember, in baseball tournament, top 8 national seeds, they're guaranteed to be at home throughout the course of the tournament until they get to Omaha. Top 16 seeds all get to host the regional round. Nebraska baseball famously hasn't hosted a regional since 2008. So it's been almost 20 years.
Brazy.
Now, I said earlier this week that the Big Ten right now has 4 ranked teams. You got UCLA, got USC, got Oregon, who was getting blown up by Michigan today, by the way.
How?
And you have Nebraska. And one of my concerns was, is the Big Ten going to have enough cachet to get 4 host teams? 3 is a big number for the Big Ten. In fact, I don't know if the Big Ten has ever had 3 regional hosts. This year certainly could test that, but to get 4. So you're looking at those big 4, right? Well, UCLA, they're in a host position. According to D1 Baseball's projection, they've got them the number 1 overall seed. Oregon is a host as the number 16 seed. So they would be the last team to host.
Okay.
Southern California is listed as a 10 seed. And right now, the projections over at D1Baseball.com have Nebraska as a 2 seed in the Alabama region.
Come on. You tease.
They're so SEC pilled.
Well, that's a good conference, Nick. It wins lots of games.
Not as much as they used to.
Not
So
as
as
much as they used to.
So as it stands right now, I mean, if you were to do this linearly, like rate seed all the teams, right? So in other words, the school that is the number 2 seed at the number 16 is theoretically the 17th seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have Arizona, Auburn, who Nebraska's played, lost 2 out of 3, Texas A&M, Boston College,
I don't believe it,
and Nebraska.
Okay.
If you were to do this, linearly. So essentially Nebraska's like 5 teams out from being one of those top 16 if you're using D1 baseball as a guide. Now it's the midseason, and the good news is if you're Nebraska, you're going to play Oregon and USC both on the road. You take care of business in those 2 series, and a similar exercise done a month from now or however long it is between now and those 2 series, I think Nebraska would be one of those host teams. So even though they're not currently in there now, they definitely have a chance to play their way in to being a host because they're going to get a chance at Oregon and USC. So don't put away the plans yet, Jack Mitchell, for the bring the RV to the Lincoln Regional. It's not dead yet. It's just not expected at the moment by D1 baseball.
Certainly some opportunities in front of them, which is not something we normally say about their Big Ten slate.
No.
Certainly some opportunities in front of them right now.
No, we do not.
Yeah.
This wasn't included in the NIL today, but it was something that came out earlier this week from The Athletic. And it was in regards to the amount of money it's going to take to build a championship football roster. And according to this story, an SEC head coach told The Athletic the new number is $40 million. That's for next season, $40 million.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, when Ohio State was rumored to have a $20 million roster, everyone gasped and was like, oh my God, it's a $20 million roster. That number has now doubled.
Yeah.
That number has doubled. A Big Ten personnel staffer in this same story said, our joking motto is double it, which is what we say every cycle. It's like whatever you hear, just double it. That's just what it's going to end up being like for a lot of these kids. Whatever we end up paying for the type of kid, the next cycle, you're going to have to double it.
John, we discussed this a little yesterday, and the conclusion that I came to is that I don't think Nebraska is going to be able to compete in this new world.
It's going to be very difficult.
I don't know how you do it unless you have an out of this world head coach who kind of kick starts things in such a way that then they get more donations. But like the comparison that I made yesterday, I called back to something that we have talked about before, and that is the alumni of the various Big Ten institutions. In Indiana, of course, it was a hot story surrounding them when they went on to win the national championship back in January, that they have, 800,000 living alumni. Nebraska's number is 200,000, 300,000? And the way that I put it was this. If you had a quarter of all of the living alumni from Indiana and they gave $100, that would mean 200,000 people are giving $100. For Nebraska to match that level, they would have to have 100% of their living alumni give that same amount of money. So, like from that standpoint, from a body standpoint, it's very, very difficult. And then you go beyond that, because obviously, like that's not what it is, right? It's not $100 times whatever. That's not how NIL works, and that's not how donations work. But they're behind the 8 ball. Nebraska is certainly not spending anywhere near $40 million. Damon said on his show this week with Ravi, they were talking to Sam, that he thinks Nebraska is spending anywhere between the 10th and 12th most in the conference. I don't know how Nebraska football is able to compete at the level that we think or hope that they want to, unless they are spending well above that money. And so if they're not willing to, or sadly, John, if they can't,
and
I think it's more that they can't more than they're willing to.
And I just don't know why we expect them to. I don't know why we would have ever expected them to compete at that level again.
And it's not just there; it's in basketball too. So when we were talking to Robin earlier, and all the talk was, hey, big money boosters were there, and they're talking about raising the ante for Nebraska basketball. The number that was quoted by Robin in the story was $8 million. Like, okay, last year we were like 4.5. This year we think we can be at 8.
Yeah.
Well, guess what came out today? Also from Pete Nakos of On 3.
Isn't it 12? Wasn't that the number in that story for hoops?
Programs are now ready to spend $10 million.
$10 million. So Nebraska, so let's say that those numbers are all true, right? Robin's number is true, 8. The number is 10. I mean, they're spending way more than they did, and they're still behind. They're still behind.
Yeah, 10 million is kind of like, it's almost like the ante. It's like the bet. It's like the fee just to get into the game. But then one source told On 3 the golden price point is 12 to 15 million. So then there's the ante, and then there's the call.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're in a constant. You're chasing your tail with football and basketball, and heck, across college sports. You're constantly chasing your tail. Just when you think, hey, we got more money, we're going to do this, we're going to do that.
And then the price goes up, like in the original story, double it.
And it's good. Yeah, I mean, how far are we away from saying that the number is $60 million, $70 million, $80 million, $100 million?
I mean, it's doubled.
If it's
in
just
3
doubling,
years.
if it continues to double, it's going to be over $100 million in 2028.
See, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, KD tweets in Liquid Trucking's own Twitter feed. I asked this question yesterday. Where the hell does all this money come from? Long term, it just can't last because there are so many Uber boosters that can do it.
And you know what? I think that may ultimately be the thing that gets the NCAA to break on the whole making them employees and collective bargaining. I used a number earlier, and I think it's 80 million, but let's just say for argument's sake, $100 million to run a football program, college football program. In pro sports right now, generally the number is anywhere around 50%. NFL, baseball, NBA, NHL, generally salaries caps or, the luxury tax like they have in baseball. All of the negotiations for the collective bargaining have generally been, all right, you have to spend at least 50% of revenues on payroll. Roughly, so let's just use 50% as a guide.
Okay.
Well, what's 50% of $100 million football budget?
50.
And we're getting close to that.
Sure.
And so at some point, even the schools are going to say, man, I realize that not because of the weird nature of the system. Yes, NIL, third-party NIL is not money that is coming out of the football budget. But it's the thought of it. It's the optics of it that at some point you could have a football program spending $100 million on football and more than half of that value is being spent on payroll. And eventually administrators are going to look at that and say, well, it's not like that in the pro leagues. And so I think eventually that may be the thing that breaks them. Because as these figures keep going up and up and up and up, and remember, as it keeps going up and up, we're just talking about the upper echelon. That means it's also going up for all the people at the bottom too.
Yeah.
Hearing some of the conversations about just what smaller conferences are paying, like for basketball, for example, budgets of $1 and $2 million is huge. That's for the small schools.
Yeah.
And you're talking 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 times that money being spent at the upper echelon, just talking basketball. And in football, you're probably seeing similar splits between the haves and the have-nots.
Jordan says that Nebraska wants to renovate their stadium in this landscape. Yeah, man, I almost want to put it on the long-term list. Are we sure that's ever going to happen? Are we sure that's ever going to be announced? You know,
I don't know. I'm still of the opinion that it's going to be like every other renovation of Memorial Stadium. It's going to be small little bites.
Yeah,
and
it'll take care of the people with money.
Yeah, and I realize, when they added the West Stadium, when they added the East Stadium, it was a big project.
Yeah,
but it wasn't because this renovation is supposed to be more all-encompassing, right? This is supposed to be the biggest one yet. I think it's going to be in smaller bites. They're going to do little things here and there, and it's going to be done with revenue generation in mind first and foremost, which means it's going to be done for the bigger boosters than it is going to be just making the South Stadium more inhabitable for the patrons.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to think back to like the Trev era when he wanted to do it and it was going to cost whatever, $500 million. And to think about the cost of things now, how much more expensive things are just a few years later. And, just where we are currently, as a country, as a world, that's going to be a hard ask. And then you're going to say, oh, and we also need more money for the roster because if we want to field a competitive football team, we need $50 million. Like, seriously, we're like 2 years away from the asking price for a serviceable roster is going to be $50 million. When 2 years ago, when Ohio State won the Natty, $20 million seemed like this ridiculous number. And now, John, if Nebraska spent $20 million on their roster, they'd be a bottom half, team in the Big Ten. They'd be a bottom quarter, probably.
Speaking of the Big Ten, we'll get to the conversation regarding Big Ten basketball dominance tomorrow. I mean, we've got another day before the tournament starts back up again anyway, so we can do that tomorrow on the Grum. But we do have to get to I don't care.
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 I don't care. I don't care.
I do not care
about
that the Alkins have changed their uniforms again. I mean, it was just like 3 years ago that they changed their uniform into that stupid ATL across their chest.
It was
and the
pretty
numbers
bad.
Got all goofy.
It was pretty bad.
Well, they've changed their uniforms again. They're emphasizing more red in the uniforms. They're stealing from Steve Peterson, the power of red.
The power of red.
The numbers look a little more normal. They've gotten rid of the goofy ATL. What are we doing here, people? We're just can't we get the uniform design right the first time so that we're not having to go back to the well and redo it again because the first time you did it was ugly?
I'll disagree because these are way better than the old ones, so I do care because now we don't have to see the dumb ATL uniforms anymore.
Wow, you know what? I actually don't care about this.
Wow, that's wild.
Wear whatever you
Go
want.
to the ones with the black jerseys with the red helmet is the best one.
Wear
That's what
whatever
they
you
should
wanna
go
wear.
back to.
It's the
jersey,
Alkins.
it's fine.
Wow.
It's the Alkins. Remember, we call them the Alkins because we told them to get the F out.
You told them to get the F out.
Specifically you.
Yeah, that was a John
Yeah,
Bishop
I
thing.
don't care. I don't care that the Alkins
All
have
right.
changed their uniforms. Unless you're going to go back to what you had like in the 70s, which is a really clean, very cool look.
You talking about the red helmet?
Yeah,
It's on the graphic. Just go back to those ones.
John, the Falcon logo that looked a little fashy.
Yes, that exact one. Yes, for sure. That Falcons logo would show up in Nuremberg, which is our movie club movie for
It
tomorrow.
would.
Uh-huh.
And now the over is hit.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
John, I said it. I don't have it. I don't care. But you said you have one for me.
I do have one for you. This is a Josh Peterson, I don't care.
Okay.
As you know, Josh used to be a TV ratings guy. Now he's not a TV ratings guy.
I don't care.
So Josh Peterson does not care about what the average television viewing audience has been this season for the Final Four teams in both men's and women's basketball.
Thank you. Yes, I actually don't care. This is great.
Is it surprising, though, as you don't care, that of the 4 women's teams, now this is taking their average television audience for the season.
Yeah.
Women.
That the Yukon Huskies,
We love women.
who have been the most preeminent women's basketball program of the last 25 years,
Oh, they've been good, all right.
have the lowest average television audience.
No, and that's because they usually win by 1 billion points, right? Like that. I understand why they're not number one, because their games often suck.
Could also be 2 based on the television contract, right? I mean, South Carolina, Texas, UCLA. They're. I mean, South Carolina and Texas, who are the 2 most watched.
Well,
of the
this is
4,
probably
are on ESPN.
Is this average viewers per game though? That is
This
on
is average,
but on national TV. Like they're not going to
Right,
count
but-
their.
But I mean, again, ESPN tends to get bigger ratings in most cases for an equivalent product than maybe Fox does sometimes. And I'm talking like FS1, for example.
Yeah, because their games are. I mean, honestly, most of their games are on locally. No, I think it's because their games are blowouts. I think that's what it is more than anything.
And on the men's side,
but I don't care.
Michigan, Josh does not care
Don't
that
care.
Michigan
I don't
averages
care.
2.5 million viewers. He doesn't care that Illinois averages 1.7 million. He doesn't care that UConn averages 1.7 million. He doesn't care that Arizona averages 1.4 million.
I don't. West Coast stuff for Arizona. It's a little late at night. So you did an I don't care for me. That's wow. I mean, you did a great job.
Did I not guess you correctly?
Yeah,
Do I
don't care.
not know my co-host?
This doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all. Congratulations, though, to all the people that watch. Jordan says, and the Big East sucks. What do you think about that, John?
Well, Jordan's a fool. Because the Big East is back, folks.
Is it, or is just UConn really good?
Oh, yeah, you see, we're always moving the bar.
I'm just asking.
When it was Villanova winning, it's not the Big East, it's just Villanova.
I mean, people were
now
saying
it's
that.
UConn.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Well, yeah. Guess what? Still more titles than the Big Ten.
That's true. That is inarguable.
Infinite more titles in the last 25 years.
You literally cannot multiply it. That's true.
You can't multiply 0.
No.
You can't do it.
But if Michigan or Illinois wins, then you could multiply it.
Ooh, they'll have one.
Will you watch the Natty if it's UConn versus Illinois?
Well, it's UConn, Illinois in the semis. You mean?
Sorry, UConn or Illinois versus Michigan. Will you watch?
Well, I'll watch. Yeah, I'll watch whoever's. I don't care who's in it.
I don't care.
It will be on.
Okay.
It will be on. I'll be rooting for
Illinois
for a meteor to hit, but no.
Wow. Going back to the graphic at the beginning, John's rooting for a meteor. I don't care. Kenneth writes, crown me, baby. I'm crowning. That is exciting. That's what John will be saying on the broadcast tonight. Folks, I'm crowning.
No, I am not going to say I am crowning.
You could.
I am not going to say that.
I think you should. Word of the game. Bring back the word of the
Oh,
game.
I missed the word of the game.
Crowning. The word, but it's a phrase of the game. I'm crowning.
Oh, God, I'm going to crown.
Oh, you're going to make me crown.
Coming up next, it's time for some content.
What's up in Crown Tent? Interesting. What's in Crown Tent today, John?
Well, basketball coaches.
Oh.
Twitter fights between schools.
Normal.
Losers.
Twitter fights between conference commissioners and big money boosters.
Okay, that's even weirder.
Yeah, touch grass.
Seriously.
And the Miami Marlins.
Oh.
Miami Marlins.
No, I was in the first half
Marlins.
of that.
Miami Marlins. Number 30. Number 30.
Well, when it comes to one thing, they're definitely number 30.
29.
Damn
number
it.
29. Yeah.
The Rockies beat the Blue Jays.
Congratulations. The college team?
No, I think Creighton could take them.
I think so too.
All right, we'll be back. More coming up here from the Crown in Las Vegas. Brought to you by Equitable Bank and by our friends at Circa Resorts on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
But first, speaking of hoops, there are games to be played tonight in Vegas. There are games to be played in Indianapolis on Saturday and one more on Monday. The tournament of great significance is almost over, but still time for you to get in on all the action. You can make picks, you can win money, and you can do so in your favorite state, Nebraska. So easy to do, John, whether it's the app, whether it is the website. You go there, you find some stats that you like, You find a player maybe that you dislike. You go higher or lower on said stats. If you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. It is that easy.
It is that easy to download, too. Just go to your favorite app store and find the Underdog Sports app. Download it today or visit UnderdogFantasy.com and watch for those profit boosters that are available as well. If you download that app today and use our promo code 1620TheZone, you can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620TheZone. Underdog. Make picks. Win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
The championship is here. It is the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust, and it comes down to the final two. The winner of the steakhouse region,
Let's go.
the Drover, versus the winner of the hamburger region, Dinker's Bar and Grill. Who will win it? That's up to you. Championship voting is underway, and it runs through next Tuesday. Go vote. 1620thezone.com for your favorite restaurant, the Drover versus Dinkers, to see if they are crowned champions of the Metro. Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust.
I was just going to say, John, I believe it's called the championship.
Hell yeah, Nick.
Like eating, like you're chomping. As we discussed in the literal last segment of our show on Wednesday, that was yesterday.
It was.
Bill Self is returning to Kansas for one more season. Or another season. I don't know how many seasons, honestly. Are you surprised?
Yes, very surprised. As a matter of fact, I talked to some folks. There are a lot of, surprisingly for a tournament like this, there's a lot of basketball people around here.
What?
Other basketball people I spoke to yesterday were also surprised. He's missed games because of health. His health has been failing him. I know the stress is there. I know, and again, it's a hard business to get out of. It really is. But you would think with health scares, multiple health scares, that it would be enough to say maybe there's more things important than just basketball. So yes, I am surprised that Bill Self is coming back for another year.
Stunned. I thought that he was done. All of the tea leaves being read by people in the know in the sport made it sound like he was done. The health stuff has been scary. It's not like it's just a recent phenomenon. I very much cannot believe he is coming back for at least another year.
Speaking of coaches, Michigan State's Tom Izzo said he talked seriously with Suns majority owner Matt Ishbia about Phoenix's head coaching job last summer. Do you buy this?
So Ishbia is a Michigan State guy. So at the very least, there's
Played
a tie
for
there.
Izzo too.
Yeah. I don't like. He's so. I don't want to say he's so old. I mean, but he is old. He's definitely on the back nine of his career. I'd say he's coming upon hole 16 at Augusta, the par 3.
Let's put the peach baskets up there.
Yeah, this would not make any sense to me whatsoever, John. So no, if he talks seriously, it's because they have a relationship and they were just, chatting. I do not think he was legitimately considering the Suns, and I don't think Ishbia would. I don't think he would seriously consider him, though. Maybe I'm wrong there.
I think he was. I mean, talking seriously. I mean, that could be defined in many different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do think this one was hard because he has had other offers before in the NBA. I do think this was the hardest one for him to turn down because it was his former player. Coaches are very loyal to their former players, especially the ones they really loved. Izzo really had a good relationship with Ishbia, and he wanted to he wanted to maybe pay back the favor or something. I don't know, but I do think he's being somewhat legit. Now, again, what's the level of talking seriously? I mean, do they have a contract in front of them? And
Hell
details?
no.
Probably not. But it was something I bet he did toss and turn about for at least a few days.
I used to be legit, too legit to quit.
Nice.
Now I'm unlegit. Remember Hot Rod, the movie?
Great movie.
I didn't see it.
Speaking of college sports evil empire, USC is tweaking, not a reset, its Big Ten rival Oregon Online over football recruiting. After landing 4-star cornerback recruit Danny Lang, who chose the Trojans over the Ducks, USC posted a video on Twitter of a grass patch being painted Trojan red with the words, "Guess the grass wasn't greener," a shot at Dan Lenning's "The grass is pretty damn green in Oregon." Do you like that folks are firing back on the Duck social media dominance?
I do. Someone needs to compete with Oregon, not just on the playing field, but they also need to compete with Oregon in the online world. This is the school that boasted, coming into the Big Ten, they had the giant duck and they took the duck everywhere and they invaded all these different places and they made all these social media points and people were like, oh, cute, it was the duck. Oh, look at Oregon being funny. I like that somebody is finally willing to fight back a little bit and say, hey, you guys don't own the internet. We're going to come back too. USC firing back on the Ducks. I'm a fan. More people should do this.
I wish that I would have known about this 30 minutes ago because then I would have added it to I don't care.
Oh.
Who cares? It's social media. Log off and touch the grass, you losers.
Yeah.
Start doing some things outside for once in your damn life.
Don't post about it.
Wow, I
Yeah.
thought you liked Dan Lanning.
I do like Dan Lanning. I just don't care about a Twitter recruiting beef about grass color.
The internet was cooler before brands got on it.
Less brands, more fans.
Yes.
As I've always said.
All the time. You say it frequently.
I do.
I mean, do we really want more fans on Twitter?
I love fans. I love our fans.
They
I love
keep it cool.
But being on Twitter.
I love the friends of the Grum when they're nice to me. If they're not, I just mute them and I never see their stuff again.
Nice.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in a conference the Big Ten wants to eventually run out of business, Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark fired back at Texas Tech mega booster Cody Campbell over Campbell's complaints that the league might move Tech's conference opener to a Friday night.
I love when long sentences get you frazzled.
It doesn't help that there's a lot of alliteration in here, too.
Yeah.
Cody Campbell does not run the Big 12, Brett Yormark told the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. Who's going to win this fight?
Probably the conference. I mean, if the conference wants to move a game, I don't even know the story here, John. So they want to move one of the early games to a Friday. Is that what's going on here?
So they want to move the Big 12 opener between Texas Tech and Houston to Friday night because, as you know, Fox has that Friday night package.
Hell yeah.
And Cody Campbell tweeted,
over my dead body.
Friday night lights are sacred in the great state of Texas.
Good Lord.
We always have to add great state of every time Texans mention their state.
Yeah.
Friday nights are sacred. It is absolutely absurd that the Big 12 and Fox would consider scheduling Texas Tech and Houston on a Friday night. I know that Brett Yormark is not a native Texan, but he's been here long enough to know better. Come on, man.
No, the winner of this is going to be the conference and the TV networks because whatever they want to do, you have to do. So, Cody Campbell, you might be able to buy a national championship level roster, but you can't buy which day your games are on. If they say to play on Friday, by God, you're playing on Friday.
Well, it's typical Josh Peterson.
What?
Because
the question was who will win, not who should win, John.
Well, we all know who will win. Of course, it's the conference.
Well, then you should have asked who should win, or Nick should have asked. Sorry, I just was answering the question as.
But I do appreciate his thoughts. I mean, it's true. The Friday night stuff. The Friday night stuff does impact high school football, and in Texas, they actually care about that. Now, the funny thing is, I'm sure we've had Texas schools play on Friday night before.
I watched Baylor host Auburn last year on a Friday night. They are in Texas famously. Yeah, they can kiss my butt.
Audi Crooks, the name of a player and not a group of car thieves.
Wow. All right, give yourself a double bang for that one, Nick.
Bang!
Nice.
That was pretty good, Nick.
The Iowa State women's basketball star and second leading scorer in the nation is in the portal. If I gave you the 4 Final Four teams versus the field in terms of where she ends up next, who are you betting on?
I'm going to bet on any of the 4 Final Four teams because they'll have the money, and she's going to be worth a lot of it.
Yeah, she has, 1 year left of eligibility, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What if she went to Creighton, though? That'd be pretty cool.
Whoa, her at Creighton?
That would be amazing.
Come on, Marcus.
There would also be a lot of people going, well, how come you didn't spend that money on the men's team?
They probably would. Get it done, Marcus. Yeah, she will definitely end up on one of the Final Four teams. That is a lot of cash.
I'm going to bet UConn.
A lot of cash. That was my first thought, too.
Are you ready for this, Josh?
Miami Marlins.
You thought baseball was dead, but the Miami Marlins had 9,687 fans attend.
19.
Even more. The 3-game series with the White Sox. Not one game. All 3 games. It's the lowest 3-game series attendance in Marlins history. Go ahead, John. Get out your snark box.
Ugh.
I don't like the snark box. Why is it
Listen,
gooey?
The snark box sits
you're
over
gonna
in the
make me
corner with
snark
the snark box sits over in the corner next to the S&M chair.
Get out of the Stark box, John.
C&T chair.
C&T.
John.
Sorry,
Yeah.
C&T
S&M chair. That's a different kind
That's
of
what's in
chair.
your hotel room.
Yeah, you're in Vegas after all.
No, that is true. Just when you thought the Marlins couldn't hit another new low, but you know what it actually is?
Rocky
It's
bottom.
It's
Ooh,
actually
you don't wanna
actually
be there.
genius. It's actually
You don't want
genius
none of
by the
this.
Marlins.
Why?
Because remember they hosted the World Baseball Classic. It
Yeah.
was a sellout.
Sure.
There were seats in that ballpark that have never been sat in before.
Yeah.
The problem is when you're breaking in new seats, you can't put a lot of pressure on them right away. So the Marlins intentionally said, no, don't go sit in those other seats because we don't want our seats to break. They already took too much strain on during the World Baseball Classic. So very genius marketing play by the Marlins by being such an unattractive franchise. You're saving your own ballpark from overuse.
Do they still allow fans to just bring in instruments if they want?
Like a trumpet?
Yeah.
At this point, I think the Marlins would allow people to bring in just they
Bring
would
your
allow
trumpet day.
You could have a ska band during a Marlins game. Why not?
the Marlins might want to consider kidnapping day at the ballpark, where you bring like 3 kidnapping victims with you, and it
Jeez.
quadruples the attendance.
Those are some bad kidnappers to fall
Hey,
for
you know
that,
what?
by
I
the
was gonna
way.
say it'd be a nice way to catch the kidnappers. Here's the thing, John. I mean, the Marlins, though famously they've won 2 World Series, have often been among the worst franchises in Major League Baseball since they came into existence in the 90s. I am stunned that it took until 2026 for them to set a new low in attendance.
I am surprised too.
I can't believe it that this is the worst it's ever been. It never got down to like 15,000. Man, you got to be a huge loser to go to a Marlins game. No offense.
Well, your ska band needs a gig.
I guess that's true.
The Artemis II rocket launch to the moon was seen from Stetson softball field during their game against Florida. The players and fans all stopped to take a look. Isn't that cool, Josh?
This is a terrible Photoshop. It looks like Nick's pointing photos. We did, John, watch this live yesterday.
Yes,
even though-
we did.
How long was it delayed? Like 10 minutes?
Something like that,
Yeah,
yeah.
because it was windy or the engine was going to explode.
Something with the battery.
Things are fine. They're up in space. They're on
What,
their
they
way.
had to They had to get jumper cables out and
Yeah,
jumpstart the
yeah.
Artemis.
John, they needed the thing that you have to help jumpstart.
They needed
all
to get
of
the
our-
booster pack.
Do we
Little
know?
booster box.
So yesterday, John, I asked Nick this question, and him being of space, I thought he would know the answer, but he didn't. How long does it take to get to the moon now? Because when it was the first time with Neil Armstrong, we all know it was Neil. By the way,
I think he called him Lance Armstrong yesterday.
on accident.
I think it's about 10 days.
You called him
On
Lance
accident.
Armstrong. Good.
I think it's about 10 days because they're circling the or they're
10
orbiting
days to get there.
they're 10 total. They're orbiting the Earth now, then they're gonna slingshot around the moon, then come back.
I want to know how long it takes to get there. I just searched how long does it take to get to the moon, and it says it's 4 minutes. But this is in Omaha, and it's from here to Creighton. So I think that this is wrong. This is not the moon. Creighton is not the moon.
It was a pretty cool visual though. So it's in the middle of this softball game, and all of a sudden, and the picture of
It's
the
like
Florida
Interstellar.
the Florida softball player who's in this picture starts pointing up, and you can hear her in like the camera mic saying, "Hey, look up there!" And
It's a
all
bird.
of
It's a plane.
And then
all
she
of a
throws a
sudden-
strike.
Everyone turns their
Watch the
attention, and all the fans in the stands stand up and start looking out towards the
That's
towards the rocket.
cool, Josh. You're the one
It
who
was-
I was literally just
I
going to
thought it
say
was
that's
very
cool.
cool.
And why didn't you upload the video, Nick?
You're the one who complains all the time.
About what?
About there not being singular events anymore other than sports. But this was a singular event.
Look, I think it's badass that we're going to space. They're just lying. We're not going to the moon.
They're not lying.
It's Connor Happer's nose.
No, that's just my skeleton arm that I brought with me here to
Hi,
match the
Happer.
skeleton arm you
Hi,
have in
Happer.
your studio.
Let me see your gizmo. Finally, Creighton takes on Rutgers tonight. What's going down in Las Vegas?
Probably fun jokes and memes with our dear friends John and Happer. They'll be on the broadcast. Their pregame coverage will begin at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Austin's will begin at 6 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
It's a long ways away. I don't know. I think Creighton's going to win. I'm also wish casting because then we get to do a show tomorrow and John will be at a cabana.
Cabana.
Yeah, I think Creighton will be ready tonight.
Let's go.
I think they'll be ready to go. I think Josh Dix will continue his good run here recently.
Awesome.
When I was at the Allen Huss press conference last week, the players were there, and one of the first players I ran into was Jason Green, and he was like, "Man, we got to end this Vegas curse." He was determined.
They've struggled in Vegas.
The Vegas curse. So they're going to try that, and they're going to do it tonight. So I believe that they will win.
Oh, do it like the soccer chant tonight, John. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I didn't realize that was a soccer chant.
It is indeed.
Oh, okay, cool. It is indeed. All right, there you go.
Awesome.
Why is Nick on the phone?
A guy named Toilet Pee has called.
What?
That's the name. See if I can get the photo taken. Oh, damn it.
This Toilet Paper Bob. He told John to be careful poop talking the Marlins because the coach is a former Creighton player.
The coach of the Marlins is?
Or one of their coaches.
What's his name?
Who? He's on probably someone on the coaching staff.
Why is his name Toilet Pee?
Toilet Paper Bob is what his name was.
Well, all that you had typed was Toilet Pee.
Yeah, I know,
and
because
I got a photo of
yeah.
it. Awesome. Good job by me.
Good job by you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
All right. Let's see. Who is that? I don't remember.
How do you not know?
I don't remember hearing about this.
I don't know.
He gave me the name, but I couldn't quite understand it because our phones are normal.
Famously, as you know, when I hear anything about the Marlins, I just start drifting off.
Or you get triggered.
Yeah.
Don't bring up 2003 to John.
Oh, Carson Vitale. He's a bench coach.
Don't bring up 1997 to Schaefer.
Yeah, I did not realize Carson Vitale was a bench coach for the Marlins.
There you
Good
go.
for him.
Good for
I
him,
mean,
man. Mike says Toilet Pee is my rap name.
I'm still not a fan of the organization or the team,
but you're rooting for him now.
Well, I root for all of.
You know who doesn't like Toilet Pee?
My Creighton children.
Dan Patrick.
Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick talks about his ass all the time.
We get nothing but Dan Patrick butt talk.
Hey, folks, are you thinking about your behind again today? I know I am. Call your doctor.
Also, use dude wipes.
That's what he does every day.
We will wrap things up with what's for dinner and send you off. Are we doing is the sports schedule allow?
It does
sports
not
schedule?
allow it.
Nope.
Or they canceled the sports schedule. Either way, there will not be that show.
You get the odd couple after us tonight.
Yeah!
Rob Parker.
Why don't we just get Austin to come in for an extra couple of hours?
I will text him and say, Austin, you got to get in here. John, real quick, do you know about Austin's stuff that he's doing right now? He made some promise that if Iowa beat Nebraska, he'd run across the state. He's not going to do that, but he's going to run 400 miles this month. We'll have an update on how many miles he has run on the first 2 days of April as well.
Nice.
So he's not actually going to run from Sydney, Nebraska to Sydney, Iowa.
I can't take work off. That's what he said. They apparently don't have vacation days at Hurrdat. Very sad.
Well, isn't his main gig just creating digital content?
That's a great point.
This is
this
could be digital content.
It would be nonstop digital content.
He could have a gizmo.
He could have a gizmo.
Oh. Well, I'm glad he is still upholding his promise.
Me too. Me too.
We'll wrap things up next from Las Vegas here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Let's see. Last night here in Vegas, it was $30 nachos and $20 margs.
Holy God.
It's
Lord.
Shout out to that
Vegas.
expense report. Am I right, folks? Thank you, Creighton. Now
Thanks.
they can't afford that player from Iowa State because they had to buy John's dinner.
Wow. Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot,
That's
John.
the real reason Mac's retiring. He was stepping down so they could afford John's food budget.
Tonight, it's whatever is in the concession stand here at the
Vegas
MGM
slop.
Grand.
Vegas slop. That's a bummer. So we have some stuff to make a club sandwich.
Oh.
I'm leaning that. That said, because we have stuff to make a club sandwich, aka bacon, I'm like, what about a breakfast sandwich? That could be fun as well. I think I'm going to go club sandwich, though.
Nice. Last night I was craving Chinese food. I hadn't gotten Chinese food in a long time, so I went overboard on the Chinese food.
Yeah.
And now I have leftover Chinese food that I will have to get through.
That's
So,
true.
Chinese food.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah. And we got to update Austin as well, John. After the
I'm not insulting your choice there, Josh.
Uh-oh.
But is a club sandwich like, do people get excited over club sandwiches? I get that there's a whole bunch of ingredients. There's bacon in it.
Bacon,
but,
ham, turkey.
But is a club sandwich one of the busiest sandwiches that people don't really get that excited about? It's almost like a fallback. Like,
It is
I
a
really don't
fallback.
want that.
And that's why I'm having
I think
it.
I'll have the club
That's
sandwich.
why I'm having it tonight, because it's like, it's a fallback, and I don't want to have the same stuff I've been having.
Right. It's like, I want a sandwich at this restaurant that I'm in. I want something light.
It's like one of the things that often happens is like, we'll buy all this deli meat, and then it's like, oh crap, I forgot that we bought the deli meat. Oh, look, a deli meat. So I remembered. That's why I'm having it. But yes, John, that's a great point, which is why I'm having it tonight. It is a fallback, but I do like it as a fallback.
What kind of bread are you going to put it on?
It's some sort of a wheat that I'll toast.
I love toasted wheat.
Now, are you doing it like the restaurants do and sticking the little pin
No,
with the,
I should
with the little curly
Toothpick?
Q on the end?
Yeah, no. Sadly,
I
won't be
have an
doing that.
opinion.
Okay.
I think the toothpick is dumb.
I mean, it's just a part of the bit, though.
It's dumb.
Sam writes, I get excited for a club sandwich.
I mean, I get excited for any sandwich, to be fair.
I don't think I've ever been excited for a club sandwich. Again, don't dislike them. I'm sure they're great. They're fine for what they are, but I never am like, wow, I am really excited for this club sandwich.
So, Austin, we have to update
Yes.
Austin real fast. So, John, he says he has to do 412 miles this month, which is 13.73 miles per day.
Mhm.
So, yesterday, he ran 10.2. So, he was a little below the threshold.
So he's already off the pace.
Today, he has ran 10.19. So, he is about 6 miles off of the pace. So, actually closer to 7.5 miles
Wow,
off of
6, 7?
off of the
Yikes,
pace so far.
tough look.
Oh, by the way, he already said huge blisters forming.
Oh,
Bro, you're 2 days in and he's a runner.
that's not a good sign.
Austin, you need better socks. He did say that spirits are still high, and then later said had to get double figures in miles to keep up with the mileage pace for the hashtag race to 412.
Well,
Good luck, Austin.
good luck.
Well, if bad things happen tonight, you might be able to inquire him directly on the Grum. But if good things happen tonight, I will be joining you from Circa at the poolside.
I did tell him Nuremberg is the movie, so watch it maybe.
Watch Nuremberg.
He was like, I'll watch it once we know the result of the Creighton game. And I said, at midnight?
Jeez.
That'll be a late one, folks. John, have a great call.
We will. Join me and Connor here in, God, how many hours is it?
A lot of hours. 3
It's a
more
long ways
hours.
away.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.